We will begin this morning where we left off yesterday, which is cross-examination of the panel by Walmart.
Chair,
Thank you, Chair.
Chair Mitchell, may
You may be heard, Mr. Turek.
just very briefly, in terms of order of Duke witnesses, we appreciate public staff and all interveners taking the time last evening to update their cross times. We have utilized that information to update the attachment, the tables that were provided in our filing. You have a hard copy of that in front of all the commissioners. We've handed out copies. There's additional copies on the table on the other side of the room. So we appreciate that. I think it gives a better perspective where we think timing sits as of today. Certainly estimated times went up and down. So I think this just gives us a better picture for what the coming days may hold. In light of this, we are going to, with your leave, propose that the grid edge panel would appear after the Carolinas utility operation panel appears today. So the only change would be taking the panel number 6, the grid edge panel, and having them appear after panel number 3, the Carolinas utility operations panel.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Turek. I have no objection to that proposal, and that's perfectly fine. Just want to continue to remind council that as I'm looking through these cross-examination times, please you got to try your cases, but be efficient with your time. With our time in the hearing room, please help us make every single minute, every second in here needs to count for something. So please continue to remind yourself of that. I'll continue to remind y'all of that as we sit in here in the coming days and weeks. So please make the most of the time that we have in here. All right, with that, go ahead, Walmart.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Good morning again, panel. I want to pick up where I think we were touching, where I was going to turn to yesterday, which was all-in costs that would have been or were not reflected in the modeling. I believe in response yesterday to questions from Cbre counsel that you indicated that subsequent license renewals for the company's nuclear plants weren't included in the modeling, but that you believed those costs were in the neighborhood of $50 million. Is that correct?
Yeah, and last night as reviewing that could be in the range of 50 to 100. I'm not the expert in that, so I give you a little bit of a big range.
Thank you. And then would you also agree with me that you did not include in the modeling the costs related to the red zone transmission upgrades?
The transmission cost adders associated with putting solar onto the system are included. Those are generally representative of transmission red zone upgrade costs.
Okay.
So those are included in Appendix E of what those are.
So for clarity, every technology has a transmission cost adder that's a proxy value. Again, where you cite is going to be very site dependent, but recognizing the importance of transmission, we endeavored, and Mr. Roberts can talk in depth about that in that panel, that every technology has a proxy value in that.
In terms of some of it, well, maybe I'll defer that to the transmission panel. I also recall in response to some questions from Ms. Thompson with respect to the hydrogen gas, will the plants that you all are proposing in your near-term plan, those will require upgrades to run on some mixture of or 100% on hydrogen gas? Is that correct?
Right now, OEMs are projecting early mid-30s be able to produce 100% hydrogen capable out of the box. The ones that would come online in 2028, it's still a question on how much hydrogen capable they will be. Right now, I think the estimates are around 30%. So we do build in a conversion cost for the units to operate on 100% hydrogen by the end of the study period.
Okay. Mr. Schneider, yesterday, and I apologize, I'm going to jump around a little bit. Yesterday, in response to a question, you indicated with respect to CPCNs that the company would be subject to the CPCN process and all of the evidentiary burden that would be necessary in those. Do you recall your answer with respect to that? I don't remember the context, but that answer.
Yeah, generally speaking, we would still need to obtain a CPCN, yes,
Okay.
for new gas generation.
And I apologize because I don't have copies, and so we can discuss it as a hypothetical if that's necessary. But would you agree with me that, take it subject to check, that in a discovery response issued to public staff, that the company indicated that in a CPCN proceeding, the selection of a generation resource by the commission in a carbon plan proceeding would be controlling for purposes of the CPCN?
Chair Mitchell. First, I'd check because I think the witness should have the right to see the data request if we're going to put it in front of them. Second, this is an issue that the commission clearly assigned to the comment track and has been thoroughly addressed by everyone who took the opportunity to do so, which I believe included Walmart and certainly included the company. So I'm not sure Mr. Snyder's opinion on this legal issue is particularly germane to what we're trying to be efficient here today.
Yeah, all right.
My only response to that, Your Honors, I just feel like it's really important when you're hearing testimony from the panel with respect to what they believe they would be doing in the future, that we need to, in some ways, put to context how the company has in other respects indicated how they would proceed, particularly when there's some level of a distinction between what was said here and what has been said in other places. And so understanding that I don't have the particular response, I apologize, I am not local to here, so printing is somewhat of a concern, but happy to address it as a hypothetical or to just have the commission deal with the issue purely in comments and give the weight that's appropriate to the modeling panel's testimony on the effect of the CPCN.
All right, well, you have, I'm gonna overrule the objection for now, and I'm gonna allow the question. The fact that you do not have the document to put in front of the witness is problematic.
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
so you can address the witness, the question to the witnesses as a hypothetical going forward. If you're going, and this goes for any and all, if you're going to ask witnesses questions about documentation involved in this proceeding, have the documentation on hand to put in front of the witness and witnesses counsel. That goes for everybody. Going to start sustaining objections to the extent that you don't come prepared with the documentation. Everybody's on notice now. Everybody's on notice now. Ask the question. I'm being lenient now. Ask the question as a hypothetical. Answer it as a hypothetical, and let's move on.
Your Honor, I actually will just move on. I believe it can be addressed separately. I appreciate your indulgence. Turning to the topic of offsets, do you still have in front of you the exhibit that was marked yesterday as Cbre Modeling Panel Direct Exhibit 1?
I do not. I'll ask one of my fellow panelists if they happen to have it.
What was the,
It's response to Cbre data request item number 1-1.
I don't seem to have that one.
Apologies, could you clarify again what document we're
It's
looking for?
the company's response to Cbre data request, item number 1-1. It was marked yesterday as Cbre Modeling Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit 1. I apologize if I don't have the nomenclature particularly right. But it's the discovery response related to the use of offsets.
I don't have it in front of you. I do remember that. Yeah, that
I'm
would work.
happy to give you my copy.
Yes, I see it.
So in response, and this discovery response was in the context of plans P1 through P4 of the company's carbon plan. But you indicated with respect to offsets in this discovery response that there was no verifiable offset market and trying to model one would be too speculative and not useful. Now, with that understanding, you did attempt to model offsets for purposes of the supplemental SP5 and SP6 portfolios. Is that correct?
Yes, I think we had a pretty long discussion about that was in lieu of no hydrogen. So without hydrogen, hydrogen was our placeholder for the offset market. And without the hydrogen, then you use offsets. So we thought in P1 through 4, modeling hydrogen was an appropriate approach. If you remove that, after discussions with public staff, they agreed that offsets in such a scenario that you didn't have hydrogen would be appropriate to model.
I guess what I'm attempting to understand is how were you able to model offsets when you had previously indicated that it was too speculative and wouldn't be useful?
I think we were saying that hydrogen was a more readily modelable approach to get to, you know, that last 5% of carbon in 2050. And rather than get in, what we were trying to do is coming into this proceeding and having long debates about what an offset market might look like and have 3 hours of discussion about some speculative thing that will evolve in decades from now. So we said hydrogen has more, is a more appropriate approach to take in P1 through P4. But given the request for P5 and 6 to test the robustness of P1 through 4 in the absence of hydrogen, then offsets became necessary to model. We were trying to avoid it, but without hydrogen, that is the next step you would take. Or as we talked about yesterday, some other technology that would need to come into place, or you would simply have to run under the reliability.
I just guess my question is as you sit here today, do you continue to believe that modeling offsets is too speculative and not useful?
I think I would prefer to model hydrogen. I think if you want to look at a no hydrogen world, this was in the context of with hydrogen. Without hydrogen, I think you're forced to then say, well, what would offsets look like? Because what we're trying to get to is the legislation didn't say absolute zero. Everybody in the industry has identified this. All of our peers, when I talk to them, that last 5% is very challenging because it's long duration events, but just a few times a year, right? And it's very expensive to get to absolute zero. And so it's offsets, it's hydrogen, it's long duration storage, or you simply have this 5% left that's very difficult to get to. So we decided that hydrogen was better. We went with offsets when that was removed.
I think the last topic, just briefly, is talking about the near-term development plan. My understanding is you're proposing 800 megawatts of combustion turbines, 1,200 megawatts of CCs that you would, I think, indicated yesterday would plan to file CPCNs in third or fourth quarter 2023. Was that thought your general time frame?
Yes, we cover that in table 4.5 in detail on page 14 and 15 of the carbon plan. There's a detailed timeline.
And then when I look at the near-term development plan, which is also Bowman Exhibit 3, if you wanted to follow along, that indicates that you plan to go online by 2027, 2028, correct?
I think, go ahead, Mr. Quinto.
It would be 2027 for a simple cycle combustion turbine, and 2028 is the projected online time for a combined cycle plant.
Yesterday, Mr. Quinto, I wrote down that you actually indicated that the online times may be 2028 to 2029.
Depending on whether it's beginning of year or end of year. So for capacity purposes, we sometimes use beginning of year. It's online at the start of the year. It's able to contribute to winter peak planning and available for energy and carbon benefits for the entire year. So it's a distinction on it comes online at the end of 2028, available for the start of 2029 for the natural gas combined cycle.
So if I were to look at Appendix E, the quantitative analysis, starting at pages 73, 74, 75, and 76, and I'll give you a second to get there. But it's just a generic question about the years.
Sure, I'm there.
When you use when you indicate a year with some level of a resource addition, when are you indicating that I'm trying to understand like when within the year, is it all a similar assumption for each of those?
Yeah, all of these tables, and I believe it's called out in, I'm not exactly sure where it is in the text at this moment, but we do call out that all of the capacities that are presented in Appendix E are online by the beginning of that year and available for peak capacity in the winter and energy and carbon value throughout the entire year.
Okay, so when you reflect a resource edition as of like 2028, that's assumed as of like January 1, 2028, and for each and every other year.
That's correct.
Okay.
Like looking at table E61, there's a combined cycle coming on 2029, 1200 and 16 megawatts. That's the beginning of year 2029, finishing construction and commissioning by the end of 2028.
And just generally, as we scroll through the different plans, like P1, P2, P3, P4, there are different online dates for natural gas resources. Would you agree with that?
I think generally the combined cycles are all very tightly put into service at the same time frame. Combustion turbine, simple cycle combustion turbines may vary a little bit depending on the scenario in which they were developed.
For example, if we look at P2, P3, and P4, the combustion turbines come on a few years later, 2031, 2032, or not at all.
That's correct.
And you provide in Exhibit 1 to your testimony on pages, I believe it's 15 to 22.
I'm there.
You provide the same information as was contained in the pages we were just looking at in Appendix E, but you do so for the SP5 and SP6.
That's correct. They're on the same basis.
Thank you. Those are all the questions that I have.
All right, next up, we've got Person County.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, gentlemen. I'm Patrick Buffkin, representing Person County, North Carolina, and I'm here this morning to ask a few questions that Ms. Bowman deferred to this panel when she was on the stand earlier this week. Just to orient you, I'm interested in talking about the gas plants that are proposed under the carbon plan. And I'm looking at table 4.1 in chapter 4 of the execution plan. I've got a couple data requests in front of me that I can show to you if you need them. But I think we may be able to get through what we need to do without doing that, but you just let me know if you need more context. So understand the company's decided or committed to locate one combustion cycle gas-fired plant in Person County at the site of the Roxboro generating station. Is that right?
It is.
Objection assumes facts, you said committed excuse me, Chair Mitchell.
Go ahead.
Assumes facts not in evidence to suggest the company has committed where they're going to cite future generation.
Mr. Buffkin.
I'll back up and lay a foundation if you'll allow that.
All right, go ahead. I'll overrule the objection.
Gentlemen, are you familiar with the company's response to the public staff's data request related to replacement generation in for the Roxboro plant?
I would need to see those, please.
May I approach?
Do we have a copy of this or you take it back? You gotta give it to them, we're gonna pull it. What specific part of the point to? Is there a portion of this? Yes. It's the last of the same person. Thank you.
Thank you. I've had a chance to review. Thank you.
Thank you. And you recognize that document?
I did not prepare this document, but I now am acquainted with it. Yes.
Okay, so it's a true and accurate copy of the company's response.
Yes, I believe this to be a true and accurate.
Okay. Then can you read in there where the company speaks to its plans for replacement generation at the Roxborough station?
Our plan, again, just plan at that point, is to locate a new CC at Roxborough Station, which would require new gas service on PSNC to be fed from Transco and/or Southgate. PSNC has existing facilities in Rockingham, Caswell, and Person counties that could be leveraged to meet the needs of the Roxborough Station. A new pipeline lateral from PSNC's current infrastructure to Roxborough Station within Person County would be required, and it is expected that this extension would run adjacent to existing Duke Electric transmission right-of-way. Currently, PSNC's existing natural gas supply line is not large enough to meet any incremental Duke needs without an expansion.
So fair to say the companies are planning to locate a combined cycle gas plant at the site of the Roxborough generating station.
It's fair to say that at this point, that is a plan that we are looking at, yes.
What could you characterize the level of commitment to that plan? Is it a certainty? Is it a possibility?
It's as I read that response, there were several things that were involved in that need to happen. And, the market's very dynamic. At this point, as we've said, it's our desire for the benefit of customers to use as much existing infrastructure that's already on the grid for the benefit of customers. Person County is the location of all of DEP's existing remaining coal generation. So it is reasonable to place that very high in our planning priority to be able to put replacement generation there. But it is subject to, being able to do that in the most prudent and reasonable manner, and assuming that some of the things that were outlined in that plan are executable. That is our plan. If we need to pivot, I think the difference is here's our plan at this time. It's not it's not my legal determination of what, determines a commitment, but it is our current plan.
And how about the second combined cycle facility? Would all the same reasons that make Person County attractive for the first one be present in your decision-making for the siting of the second one?
It is important to note that we have, not just DEP, there is, 8,400 megawatts of coal being retired. So, it would be a potential, and we would look at other places as well and try and determine the least cost option for customers.
Okay, so it's a potential, but it doesn't rise to the level of a plan or a commitment right now.
The second combined cycle,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, so just back up and clarify. So the second combined cycle potentially could be located in Person County, but it's not as certain as the first one at this time.
That's a fair characterization.
Okay. Also in that data request, and you just spoke to some of the other infrastructure that needs to be put in place to allow the siting of that generation, is a part of the consideration about siting that generation is potential opposition from the local community?
That is not in any one. We want to engage the local community and gauge that level of acceptance for a resource. So yes, I would say that's part of our siting process, is to be sure we're transparent with the local community.
And when you think about Person County, and I'll assume you've seen our comments, and Person County's told the commission that they want replacement generation there. So does that make Person County even more attractive in terms of you got a local population who's asking for this and presumably would show up and support your efforts?
Yes, that certainly would be one factor considered in siting. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. And let's then turn to the combustion turbines. And could you share the company's thinking about where those CTs are going to be located?
I have not been part of the CT siting discussions, so I'm gonna have to read this data request and see if the people that did answer this speak to it. But I've not been. Do you want me to take the time to do that, or?
Please.
Chair Mitchell, if I may, recognizing that Mr. Snyder was not the subject matter expert that sponsored this data request on behalf of the companies, the data request has been verified, and it is the company's response to Person County's question. We could stipulate to what it says and have it entered into the record if that would make this more efficient to move along. And subject to council's
Mr. Buffkin?
preference.
Well, how about I withdraw that question because I'm really more interested in high-level planning decisions within the near-term action plans. And I think I'm getting really close to the end. So,
Okay. All right.
so let me back up and let's just set aside the data request for the time being. When you cite CTs, all the same considerations come into play. Is the transmission there? Is there land available? Are there people who know how to work in a power plant?
Yeah.
Is that correct? So there again, citing the CTs, Person County presents as an ideal place to put them, right?
It has many benefits of a brownfield site. And I would just, again, point out that we have other brownfield sites and location need to spread location, generation. But yes, it has existing infrastructure that makes that, as I've said to this commission, we would like to take advantage of to produce cost savings for customers.
Understand, but you haven't got to the point where your planning has advanced enough where you know where those CTs might be located?
As I said, I'm familiar with the CC and the data request you just read. I think the CTs, there are other sites that are being considered, but I am not I'll let the data request speak for themselves.
Okay, fair enough. Then my last question is, at what point in time does the siting decisions get more certain? And when is the company able to make a commitment about where it's going to site generation?
Yes, certainly that happens in advance of your CPCN filing. So you have to have a site selected. You have to have project details that are requisite under R861 to submit a CPCN. Generally, 12 to 18 months in advance of that, I would imagine you're trying to hone in on that. But again, that's just from my conversations with our construction and major projects team, subject to check because that is not my area of responsibility. But in general, that's my understanding, if that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Thank you, gentlemen. Madam Chair, we have no further questions.
All right, public staff.
Good morning, Nadia Lure with the public staff.
Good morning, Ms. Lure.
So beginning on page 32 of your direct testimony, you discuss each of the steps in the modeling process. I have a few questions on Encompass. I'm going to try not to cover any ground that was covered yesterday. I know we discussed Encompass quite a bit.
Ms. Lure, can you redirect us to the page again?
Page 32, and it's just your general discussion of your modeling steps.
Thank you.
So Duke chose to perform a number of pre and post-processing steps outside of Encompass rather than relying upon Encompass functionality. Is that right?
No, I would not characterize it that way.
Okay, how would you characterize it?
Again, this came up yesterday. It's not, when you look at the portfolio verification step, for example, that is using the first model of Encompass, which is the capacity expansion, is a much more simplified screening model. And especially when it relates to storage, it makes sense to pull out those screening results and test those in the Encompass detailed production cost model. So in that step in the analysis, we're just using a more appropriate tool to answer the question more fulsomely using the right model. So that was all within Encompass. Now, when you talk about the reliability verification step, and we'll try and stay very brief here because we have a significant amount of testimony on this in rebuttal, you have to take the results outside of Encompass and put it in SERBM, which is a stochastic statistical model that looks at non-weather normal conditions to test the reliability of those assets in a more appropriate model than a simple reserve margin can capture in Encompass. So in some instances in our explanation, we stayed within the Encompass framework at a step, and it's really not out of model as has been characterized by some of the interveners. It's using the appropriate tool for the appropriate part of the analysis. And yes, so I guess I'm answering partially. There are times when you have to come out of Encompass and say, if I'm asking a detailed reliability question, I need a detailed reliability model rather than the simplified metric. So sometimes, yes, Ms. Luer, we did use a different model to answer a more detailed and important question. Other times it was within the Encompass framework. It was just in the more detailed portion of it.
Okay, so to make sure I understand, some of the calculations were performed outside of Encompass. Is that correct? Like the calculation of present value revenue requirement, PBRR?
But final PBRR takes into account additional costs that aren't completely factored into the selection process. EE costs are one of them. So we do a full PBRR analysis on completion of the production cost model, taking the production costs and other capital investments necessary for each of the plants. Okay, and you might have touched on this a bit, but why did Duke choose to do that outside of Encompass rather than inside Encompass? It's a process that we've had for a long time, validating and clearly lining out how each of the costs are factored in. And
If I can just add, I mean, Mr. Quinto, performed most of this, but sometimes when we account for costs in Encompass is to make it where the model can execute. When we were doing when we were providing information for the rate impact analysis, that the costs are handled differently in what you provide to the rates group. So that was really part of when Mike performed, not Mr. Quinto, excuse me, performed the analysis. I mean, he used a lot of the same information, but he had to add additional information so that we could appropriately account for in the rate impact. So is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement. There's other costs that are factored in that depend on the results of the production cost model. For example, the estimates on maintaining and operating the coal units, those are determined on the production cost model's outputs of the coal capacity factors, run hours, those sorts of information. So there's a number of reasons why that PBRR step is done at the end of all of the modeling.
Okay, and did Duke provide complete documentation and work papers regarding additional steps such as these to interveners when it provided the Encompass files?
To my knowledge, everything that was requested was provided. I'm not sure if there's anything that wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, we answered 1,500 data requests. If, we tried to envision the data people would need to run Encompass. We went to, a great deal of effort to have that posted to the data site such that interveners had it simultaneous with the filing and didn't have to ask for it in data requests. And to the extent they needed additional spreadsheet analysis, again, what Mr. Quinto described, some of that was asked for in data requests, and we were, very transparent and forthcoming in providing that. And then we're happy to, answer any questions that people had in interpretation during some of our meetings.
Okay. And to back up just for one moment, what costs are included in the PBRR calculations that are not considered by the Encompass model?
Coming out of the production cost model, the more detailed simulation of the system, generation capital, transmission capital, energy efficiency and DR costs, and coal capital, as I mentioned, which is based on the production cost models results to determine those costs.
Okay.
We went through a great deal of this in the sequential peaker method versus endogenous and exogenous. And, we had this very long discussion with this commission on this. And it's really important to remember, sort of bring us back to that, we're retreading that water, is you can do again, what's the appropriate tool to give a more accurate information is the production cost model gives you a generic set of costs, but you can't dynamically look at it from portfolio to portfolio and say, how do those costs change if I run the coal more or less, right? My whole capital plan is a function also, investing in those plants is how much do they run, when are they going to retire? And so we can look at that Encompass. I've been doing this too long. We're now in Encompass world. Post Encompass, you can look at those and give a more accurate depiction of what those costs are, portfolio by portfolio, by saying this one, retires at this date, it runs this much. This one retires later, it runs more. This one's less. I can give you a more accurate depiction of what those coal expenditures are going to be outside of Encompass. So the reason we're doing this isn't, there's nothing nefarious here. We're trying to give the best information possible at every step using the most appropriate tool that is accurate at that point in time. And so that's why we do some of these steps outside of Encompass. We're trying to use the right model to answer the right question.
Thank you for that. Yes, so the exclusion of the costs that Mr. Quinto listed, those do impact resource selection. They would, excluding those costs would impact resource selection.
A number of those costs are factored into the capacity expansion step, which selects resources. So those are factored in the selection of resources, certainly. Any costs that are factored in after the production cost model wouldn't affect the selection of resources.
Okay, and to discuss more specifically the modeling of solar plus storage resources, on page 152 of your direct testimony, you discuss or you state that future
Excuse
carbon
me,
plans.
can we get to the page?
I'm there, Whistler.
So on page 152, you state that future carbon plans may continue to use a fixed dispatch profile. And this is with regard to modeling solar plus storage resources. Is that correct?
Yes, we state that.
Okay.
I think we also state we'll work with the staff and other parties to try and come up with consensus on the best way to model storage. So that's just saying this may be appropriate at a certain step in the model for model efficiency, or we may come up with something, more appropriate in working with public staff, recognizing, as I said many times yesterday, that that's a screening tool that was never designed for storage. So enhancements on storage modeling are going to happen as it becomes a more prevalent technology in the industry.
Okay, and has Duke considered using the Encompass functionality for modeling solar plus storage resources, as well as for calculating other capital costs?
We did in the verification step take the solar plus storage. We did as well in P5 and 6, as we talked about yesterday, agree with public staff to use the optimization rather than the fixed dispatch to illustrate whether that, again, that one change would significantly change or impact the near-term action plan. And yes, we will continue. Modeling is a continual learning process. Again, in the 40 years Mr. McMurray's been doing it, 30 years I've been doing it, and even in the young guys here have seen a lot of changes in how modeling gets done in this industry as this industry evolves. So we are committed to continue to try and learn from our peers, learn from interactions with our stakeholders and public staff, and trying to keep on a best practices approach to model.
Okay, moving on, if you can turn to page 60 of your direct testimony. And I don't have the line number. I know it's at the top of the page, but you state that the companies believe implementation of the first SMR unit is feasible for June 2032. Is Duke aware of any other electric utilities who have included SMRs as a selectable resource in their IRPs?
I'm going to punt this one to the long lead time panel.
Okay.
But Ms. Lure, with respect to IRPs, like I thought you were asking, I'm sorry, the status of SMRs and where they are, I'm going to let long lead time. But yes, most of our peers recognize when I go to conferences, when I talk to peers, when I see, resource plans, net zero, almost every utility that I'm aware of, again, I don't have specific sites, but talk about they have to play a critical role to get to zero. So my understanding is, again, subject to check and not able to produce IRPs in front of you, but my peers across the industry, and if, all have 0 by 50, including some amount of nuclear, probably varies on how much, but nuclear is widely touted in planning space.
And I'll just add, the companies have included nuclear as a selectable resource in IRPs in the past. That's fairly common, and I can't speak for other utilities specifically outside of the CNDP, but I imagine that's the case as well for those other utilities.
And I'll ask you another question. If you want to defer to the long lead time panel, that's fine. But does Duke have plans for monitoring SMR development between now and the 2024 update to see if the 2032 timeline is still reasonable in their view?
Certainly will be not only monitoring, we'll be progressing our own, subject to, our request, progressing our own plans and monitoring others. And they can give you probably a bit more detail on that, Ms.
And what developments, if any, would Duke view as sufficient to remove SMRs as a selectable resource in the next update proceeding?
Well, that's a big hypothetical, but, if the NRC said, we're not going to allow any new nuclear, we probably wouldn't pursue it. But absent that, I'm pretty sure we're going to continue to pursue it.
Okay, and so moving on, I have kind of a few different topics that are left over after other interveners have finished their questioning. So I'll be jumping around a little bit, but beginning on page 144 of your direct testimony, and I'll give you a second to get there. You discussed the capital cost assumptions underlying Duke's proposed carbon plan and some of the cost assumptions used by or recommended by interveners. Has Duke considered issuing a request for information to supplement or replace its internal cost estimates?
In my experience, that's generally not a reliable. There's no binding commitment for an RFI. I mean, it's one piece of market data, but when you ask somebody, what might you give us? But by the way, you have no commitment in that, and it's totally non-binding, and they understand it's going to be used in a regulatory proceeding. They may give you costs that suit their needs for that could be very different from an actual binding commitment that would happen in a true RFP type where there was commercial business to be had. So I know there are places around the country that recommend that. I think you have to take it with a grain of salt when you get those.
And I'll add the company's process for developing technologies is very thorough. They work with Burns and McDonnell, as we point out in our information here, and Guidehouse for renewable technologies. These people are building these resources in the field. They have market data. It's all at their fingertips, specific adjustments for regional differences, that sort of thing. So the process that the companies go through is very thorough to make sure that the costs we're representing are reasonable for planning purposes.
Okay, and now I wanted to discuss the results of the Sp5 and the Sp5 modeling run with respect to combined cycle plants. And we can turn to Exhibit 1. I can, it's not necessary, but we're on pages 15 and 16 of your Exhibit 1.
From there?
So in Duke's P1 through P4 model results, with respect to combined cycle plants, 1 CC was economically selected in DEC in 2029, and 1 was selected in DEP in 2029. Is that correct? And that's probably not on this page, but is that correct to your recollection? And
So just to clarify, are you looking at table SP4, supplemental portfolio 5, no app gas?
I've actually referred you to the exhibit page for my next question, so I apologize.
That's
I can
okay.
find the reference to the P1 through P4 resource selection.
P1 to P4, is that?
Yes, just the initial Duke's initial modeling results for P1 through P4 had selected 2 CCs, 1 in DEC territory and 1 in DEP territory. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe Walmart previously directed us to tables E61 and E62 and the following tables for those results. And yes, a combined cycle was generally selected, 1 in DEC and 1 in DEP.
Thank you. Okay, so now moving to the Sp5 model results. And let's see. So in the Sp5 model results, 2 CCs were economically selected in DEC territory, 1 in 2029 and 1 in 2030. And these are on Exhibit 1, page 15. Is that correct?
That's correct. For this one portfolio, that was the selection, 2 combined cycles in the DEC territory. The other 3 portfolios continued to select one. The other 3 portfolios of the supplemental portfolio analysis continued to select 1 in DEP and 1 in DEC.
So for the shift in Sp5 that delayed 1 CC until 2030, what modeling changes do you believe could have resulted in that shift in timing?
I think Mr. McMurray maybe can speak to tolerances of the model.
I'm pausing. I apologize. We ran a lot of runs in the combined cycles and combustion turbines. Often it's located in one jurisdiction in one run and would switch to the other jurisdiction in another. A lot of that would be when that would happen, when we locate both in DEP, you would see an increased power flow transfer to DEC when we looked at the hour, the results on an annual basis. And so, I'm sorry, I didn't keep it close enough. Do you want me to repeat what I just said? Did y'all understand what I just said? Okay. And so to note detail why it was selected in this particular one where it picked 2 in DEP versus one in each jurisdiction, we would really have to look very carefully at the modeling to be able to distinguish that. And like I said, look at the transfer of the power. It's an optimization model. We have some higher intrastate gas costs to get it to DEP, but there's advantages of locating in DEP, and some of it could be within the tolerance in the model.
So maybe to simplify a little bit for the commission, you've got to move we say this all the time in planning, you've got to move molecules or electrons, right? You've got to either bring gas to DEP when you retire the coal, or you need to bring electrons. And sometimes based on nuances in the model, it will say, maybe you should build here, and through the JDA, you can move electrons, or maybe you should move molecules and just build on the eastern part of the state. And to Mr. McMurray's point, there are small changes in those transfer rates, the cost assumptions for gas transportation versus transmission that can cause those shifts. But at the end of the day, you have to have enough generation in each BA, whether it's built there or shipped there, to meet that balancing area's energy sufficiency as well as peak demands. And so that sometimes there can be some nuanced differences that'll cause that shift of, am I moving molecules or am I moving electrons to go one way or the other? And, I think in most cases, we are seeing the benefit of having one in each. Whereas in some cases, you can get that slight shift from one to the other.
Glenn, I would add, give me a few minutes to think as you were speaking, as Mr. Quinto might can give the exact number, but I know that one of the changes we made in P5 and P6 at the staff's request was to have a increased hurdle rate and that could be one of the small nuances that Mr. Snyder was talking about. I mean, that's just an additional change that could certainly impact where generation is located.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was actually my
Where
next
you were
question.
going.
And then relatedly, could the changes that the public staff requested in the solar plus storage modeling also have contributed to this shift?
I'm not aware if those would impact the shifting of resources. I will point out in the portfolio 5 that the staff is mentioning here, when we do shift the combined cycle, splitting them from one to the other to both of them being selected in DEC, it also changes resources later in the portfolio too. If you look at portfolios 1 through 4, with one combined cycle in each jurisdiction, most of the new SMRs are selected in DEC to begin with. That changes when you shift one of those combined cycles. The model selects the combined cycle in DEC. So it's got downstream effects of where these resources are selected and when. So it's not in isolation of how the portfolio develops.
And is that response applicable to both the shift from DEP to DEC and the delay from 2029 to 2030?
Can you restate that?
Yes. So there were two main changes. One of the CCs moved from DEP to DEC.
Correct.
And then there was also a delay. And let me make sure I get this correct. A delay in one CC from 2029 to 2030.
I'm not sure the delay has much to do with the selection between DEC and DEP for the combined cycle. It may have to do with other resources that are selected in each of the jurisdictions.
And one other big change that was made is the source of natural gas. So public staff in the primary portfolios wanted us to test the robustness of the access through MVP to Appalachian. When you move that to Transco, you have different gas costs, you have different pipeline, both basis, so where you're getting the gas from, as well as the pipeline cost changes. So there's, I guess what you've heard this panel go on now for probably longer than the commission wants to hear is there's numerous changes that happened in P5 and 6. And it's in this complex model, trying to do a principal component analysis and say what particular one of those numerous changes caused this slight deviation believe me, we have those discussions in our offices as a normal course of business and go back and forth for hours. And to Mr. McMurray's point, you have to really start digging into the QA tool and testing. Well, what if I turn this one on, but not this one, and this one, but not this one? And does that cause the change, or does this cause the change? So, to answer specifically what caused one CC to move 1 year, based on thousands of inputs, it's a legitimate question, but it's one that we normally, when we try to answer, sit down in front of our models and get our modelers in there and do a lot of work to answer that. And what we're saying here is it's difficult on the stand to come up and say this precise change when I'm changing 10 variables caused this exact movement, either 1 year in time or western part of the state, eastern part of the state.
And just one quick follow-up, then we can move on. We discussed the transmission hurdle rate changes that were made in the SP5 model run. Would Duke agree that that modeling change is reasonable?
It's
The
not,
hurdle, let me attempt this first, Mr. Quinto, now
sure.
I'll turn to you. The hurdle rate, just so I just wanted to give some context, because I'm not sure the commission even knows what a hurdle rate is. We talk hurdle rate, but we're too close to this. So a hurdle rate is simply as power transfers back and forth from DEC to DEP right now. And I'm going to ask Mr. Quinto to correct me if I make a technical misstatement here, but there's no transmission fee being paid between customers to say, okay, DEC customers, if I'm going to ship power, you got to buy that transmission to get power from DEP and vice versa, right? But the hurdle rate was a proxy shadow price put in to recognize you're consuming transmission when you go left and right, right? And so if you did charge that hurdle rate as a proxy shadow price, how would that influence power flows? Did I say that correctly, Mr. Quinto, or would you like to add anything?
Yeah, and we can defer a little bit to Mr. Roberts. He'll have a lot more specifics. Page 8 of our supplemental portfolio analysis goes into some of the details there. And I'm sorry, you may have to repeat the question.
It was just a general question about whether the changes in the transmission hurdle rate used in the SP5 model run, if Duke would agree that those are reasonable.
To my knowledge, that those rates are not applicable to the utilities. So to the extent that it doesn't model actual system operations, it may not be completely reasonable to enforce those in the production cost model or in the resource planning models. It's a proxy for transmission that's not recognized in real world operations. And I'm getting a little bit past my understanding of the topic, and I would defer the rest of it maybe to Mr. Roberts.
Last point. In the future, if you have huge flows, one directional, there's insufficient, Mr. Robert would say there's insufficient transfer. So the hurdle rate was a proxy to say, don't let the model just have all these flows for free. We have sufficient transmission for limited flows today. If I wanted to retire all my coal in one region, serve it all from the other, you would not. And so I think this hurdle rate was an attempt, and trying again provide some clarity, was an attempt to say, well, today there is no cost. We also recognize you can't just freely flow power east to west or west to east at infinite capability. So what if we put in this proxy hurdle rate to see how that affects, power flows over a 28-year horizon, and what would that impact be? Again, recognizing P5 and 6 was, to test the robustness of some of the modeling assumptions. That was one of the requests. So we'll let Mr. Roberts speak to the reasonableness, but I just wanted, saw some blank stares on hurdle rate. So hopefully that's a little bit more context.
Thank you for that. So let's move on. I have a few questions about the reserve margin used in the proposed carbon plan. And I'm on page 103 of your direct testimony. On lines 6 through 8, you state that the company is using a 17% reserve margin for the proposed carbon plan, and that is based on the 2020 resource adequacy study. Is that correct?
17% represents a winter planning reserve margin. And yes, that's correct.
Do you expect that Duke will perform additional resource adequacy studies in the future?
Yes, we do.
Do you have an approximate timeline for those?
I will be at the conclusion of this proceeding, I will be talking with my team about their prospective ability to produce one in the 24 update.
Would you agree that future resource adequacy studies would be based upon the carbon plan ultimately adopted by the commission, including all relevant modeling inputs, assumptions, and methodologies?
Certainly, if you think about the portfolio that gets analyzed, you take a single year when you do a resource adequacy study and you say, you know, can that portfolio in that year meet the 1 day and 10-year standard? We would use the portfolio in the near term that the commission deemed appropriate from the near term, if but yes, to some respect, and there's many other inputs, I guess was my pause, that would go into that.
Okay. And can you explain some of the factors that might increase or decrease the reserve margin in future resource adequacy studies?
Certainly. Resource adequacy, again, we've been many times in front of this commission on that. 3 big factors: load variability due to weather uncertainty, outages that how well your system and the systems around you are performing. And so you got to have excess resource adequacy. How much reserves do I have to cover load variability, to cover outages, and to cover load forecast error that may occur? So if load starts growing fast due to a lot of discussions on electrification, EV adoption, et cetera. If load grows fast, and you're not prepared, you have to have those 3 inputs in there. So, and the big one too is your neighbor assistance. You're going to hear a lot of discussion over the next couple of weeks about we should be relying more on our neighbors. Today, our reserve margins account for about a 6%. If we didn't have our neighbor assistance, instead of having 17%, we'd come to this commission and say we need 23 or 4% without neighbor assistance. So over 2,000 megawatts of neighbor assistance is what's planned for. Is it prudent in a future resource adequacy study to plan more neighbor assistance, the same or less? As our neighbors retire coal and input more variable energy resources and batteries on their system, will that help them serve us to lean on them, or it will reduce our ability to lean on them? And we need to look at that very carefully, because as we had a lot of discussion already in this proceeding about what with Mr. NC Warren's counsel when was crossing me, how much should we rely on the neighbors? In the past, we've been able to get that non-firm power when our resources were insufficient. Is that going to be the case in the future as their systems around us transform as well? Is going to be one of those questions. So all of those factors in this very dynamic environment need to be very carefully studied, and NERC, CERC, EPRI, they're all looking at this very hard, this issue of energy adequacy, not just peak demand, but having adequate energy and over longer periods of time. And all of that's going to need to be addressed and probably continue to be addressed. It's not a one and done thing as we move through this energy transition.
Okay, so all else equal, would increasing the reserve margin also increase the amount of capacity that must be built?
All else equal, yes.
And would this increase in capacity lead to increased costs to ratepayers if all else is equal?
I mean, all else equal, that capacity hopefully will have benefits that come with it in terms of fuel savings or carbon reductions. But yes, to the extent you need additional resources, on a system, those do impose additional costs for the system. Reliability comes at a cost. We could have less reliable and lower costs, but I don't think the legislature in 951 allowed for that.
So is it possible that the PBRR and the bill impact analysis presented in Duke's carbon plan could therefore be understated simply by the assumption of a static 17% reserve margin throughout the planning horizon?
Again, every variable in isolation, if you turn that knob, will have the effect you say. Yes, if nothing else changes and my reserve margin goes up, yes, if technology costs, commodity costs come down faster, further policies that provide additional incentives, it could help reduce. So yes, all other things equal, Ms. Lure, I would agree with you that if I have to build more resources and nothing else changes as expected, that could go up. And hopefully we have other efficiencies or things that happen that bring it down.
I will also add the resources being added for the carbon plan are not necessarily always for meeting reserve margin requirements. We're also adding resources that contribute to the reserve margin that help us reduce carbon. With the other constraints considered, factoring in the objectives of House Bill 951, it may not be the constraining factor for how resources get added to the system.
And so if the companies were to merge, would the combined utility, which is able to utilize the full generation portfolios of both DEP and DEC, have a lower reserve margin than if DEP and DEC were to remain separate and unable to share firm capacity resources?
I think we would have to address that issue in that next reserve margin study, is to look at them independently and combined and carefully walk through. There are synergies in joint commitment of a merged utility and how you plan your system. But to say, the nature of that impact in, today's environment, it wouldn't make, I wouldn't expect it to go up. That's for sure. And I would hope that perhaps, I think in past studies, we've hypothetically looked at this and saw maybe a 1% reduction in reserves, but I think we would have to test that same assumption, as you pointed out earlier, with this new planning horizon and hopefully maybe get that 1%. 1% doesn't sound like a lot, but on 35,000 megawatt system, it's 350 megawatts of generation. So if we could get that 1% savings, that would be a good thing for customers.
Okay, and last couple of questions. Mr. Quinto, I believe you were discussing with Mr. Rouse. I believe you stated that the model economically selected CTs burning hydrogen rather than batteries. Is that what you said yesterday?
Yeah, I believe I said that the model had the option to continue to select more wind or solar variable energy resources, as Mr. Rouse suggested, and more storage. And instead of doing that, it continued to select CTs that operated exclusively on hydrogen, as was the assumption for those resources in the 2040s.
Okay. Were there any cumulative addition constraints placed on battery storage in portfolios P1 through P4?
Not cumulative. There was a 1,500 megawatt limit on batteries per utility per year. So the fact that it would be constrained by that for every year over the planning horizon, that's what it would be constrained at cumulatively. But no other cumulative limit on. Oh, well, I'm sorry.
If I could jump in real quick. So in the portfolios 1 through 4, yes, there was for 4-hour storage. We said once the ELCC reached 70%, it would the model could then select 6-hour storage at that point. And the reason we did that was because as you add 4-hour storage to the system, the capacity value of 6-hour storage also drops. So if you got down to say 70% or 50% capacity value for 4-hour storage, the 6-hour storage doesn't get 100% capacity value. That next 6-hour storage you add, depending on the utility, either gets something like 60% or 51%. So the reason that we put this limit in there was because we didn't want the model to think that, hey, if you get down to 30-40% ELCC on the 4-hour, the model would think that it can get 6-hour. We don't know we didn't know in P1 through 4 where that breakpoint would be, but in portfolios 5 and 6, we tested it and we removed that limit for the 4-hour and 6-hour. And it did turn out that the model did select more 4-hour past 70%. And so as we saw that, we changed the 6-hour capacity value to roughly represent where it stopped selecting 4-hour storage. So we didn't do that in portfolios P1 through P4 because I'd suggest we didn't have time to figure that out. And so we're trying to make a simplifying assumption. But on P5 and P6, per public staff's request, we removed that.
So in P1 through P4, do you recall in what year those limits were reached for battery storage? And it's okay if you don't remember exactly.
Yeah, so just to be clear, it was not limits on total storage. We got into a lot of nuanced discussion there, ELCCs and the interactive effects and all of that. So it's really, as you add more storage of shorter duration, you need to move to storage of longer duration. You've satiated your need for these 2-hour, 3-hour clipping of peaks. And remember, batteries don't serve energy, they just move it in time. And so now your peaks get broader and you need longer duration storage. And as that gets broader, you need longer and longer. So all this discussion about was, how does that interactive effect happen? How much short duration versus medium versus long should you allow in the models? And how do they interact with each other? So Ms. Laura, again, just for the benefit of the commission, that's what that discussion was about, in trying to figure out what those optimal levels are. And then we said, move on. So we didn't eliminate storage. We just said, you need to move on now from short duration to longer duration.
And to answer the question, it looks like in portfolio 1, it stopped selecting 4-hour storage in 2035. And portfolio 2 is 2038. 2038 in portfolio 3 and 2038 in portfolio 4.
Okay. And so to clarify again, based on what I just heard from both of you, in later years, between 2035 and 2038, depending on the portfolio, after the limits were reached, the model could not actually select between 4-hour storage and CTs. Is that correct?
After it stopped selecting 4-hour, it could select 6-hour at that point. So it had the option to select between 6-hour and CTs.
Okay. All right. And that's all my questions. I believe my colleague, Mr. Josie, has a couple of questions as well.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, Mr. Josie.
I just have a handful of questions on a pretty discrete issue. So, Mr. Kalimba, I believe these questions were directed towards you in the direct testimony. So on page 77 of the direct testimony, you state that in addition to the 750 megawatts Duke is recommending to be procured in the 2022 solar procurement, that you're also recommending an additional 441 megawatts that went unawarded in the CPRE program, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's because the CPRE or the carbon plan has already assumed that those megawatts would have been interconnected at the time the modeling took place, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the 441 megawatts from the CPRE shortfall added to the 750 megawatts from the procurement would be a total of 1,191 megawatts totally procured.
That's correct.
2022. Okay, thank you. And that is, of course, if enough of the bids in the 2022 procurement meet the requirements of 589.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. Does Duke expect to procure all 441 megawatts for the CPR shortfall in the 2022 procurement?
To your earlier point, if they meet the requirements, then we would select them. But I can't speak to if they will or not. I haven't seen results to be able to make that determination.
Yeah, fair enough. And just, and anyone on the panel can answer this, but you would assume that given the market conditions, bids at or below avoided cost would likely be some of the more competitive bids to be seen in the 2022 procurement.
I think that's probably correct. I would also offer that some of these questions might be appropriate for witness Pbrr on the transmission panel as well.
Okay, thank you. And so there's also a volume adjustment mechanism in the 2022 procurement that could raise or lower the target procurement amount.
That's correct.
Okay. And the panel also mentions on page 77 that because the CPRE program remainder megawatts are being procured pursuant to 589 CPRE program and not under HB 951, the projects selected as CPRE program remainder megawatts would not count towards the 951 ownership requirements and also would not be included in the 2022 solar procurement volumetric adjustment mechanism. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay, thank you. And this volume adjustment mechanism you refer to is, like I said, a mechanism that was negotiated for the 2022 solar procurement RFP, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And at this time, Madam Chair, in an effort to be efficient with our time, instead of presenting the witnesses with a cross exhibit, I would like to just, the Commission would allow me to just provide them with an excerpt of the 2022 solar procurement RFP, and the Commission take judicial notice of that RFP filed on June 1st, 2022 in dockets number E2 sub 1297 and E7 sub 1268.
Hearing no objection to the request that we take judicial notice, we'll take judicial notice of the RFP filed in the dockets referenced by Mr. Josie. And
Okay, Mr. Columba, I believe we're still with you, so I would like you to look at the second sentence of the second paragraph, or the first full paragraph, on page, I believe it's 3 of the document I handed, yeah, is, has 2 title pages and then goes into the, yeah. So, I believe it's starred. It says, before selecting the portfolio of winning proposals, the companies will calculate the weighted average cost of the total portfolio of utility ownership track and PPA track resources, along with their assigned system upgrade cost. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. And the next paragraph, and next paraphrasing here a little bit, the paragraph goes on to state that if the weighted average cost is greater than 110% of the carbon plan solar reference cost, then the target volume may decrease by as much as 20%. And if the weighted average cost is less than or equal to 90% of the carbon plan solar reference cost, the volume may be increased by up to 20% above the target, correct?
You read that correct. I just want to clarify on the decrease by as much as 20%. That's subject to the 700 megawatt minimum target.
Yes, thank you. And footnote 4 at the very bottom of the page states that the volume adjustment mechanism is designed to enable Duke Energy to procure an overall portfolio of the new solar resources that compares favorably to the carbon plan solar reference cost, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So would you agree that by excluding up to 441 megawatts of bids that come in at or below avoided cost would artificially inflate the weighted average cost of the bids when compared to the carbon solar reference cost?
I think that's probably correct. I haven't done the math on that, but I would just also notice, I mean, part of the reason that we're trying to segregate or separate the 440 from the procurement is because we believe that we need to try and close out CPRE tranche 3 as or CPRE not just Tranche 3, but CPRE. And so we're segregating those megawatts to the best of our ability. So we think that provides a cleaner transition out of CPRE.
Okay, but by not including those megawatts in your determination of how many you will procure, you are essentially lowering the amount of megawatts you're going to procure.
That would be the impact.
Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Mr. Columba, I'd like to start with you. Probably have about 10 minutes, Chair Mitchell, just for planning purposes. So you received some questions from Mr. Snowden yesterday on behalf of CPSA, where he asked you about whether the company had performed a quantitative analysis to support the solar interconnection limits. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, I do.
And based on your review of the testimony presented in this proceeding, has CPSA or any other party presented a quantitative analysis forecasting future solar interconnections?
No, and I would just reiterate quickly that again, we to develop our solar connection assumptions within the model, we did perform quantitative analysis, and we relied on our expert engineering judgment from our transmission planning and our transmission construction teams.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm going to object. This was outside of the scope of Mr. Brightford's question, which was specifically whether any other party had performed quantitative analysis.
Okay. I can ask another question.
All right.
And based on that discussion with Mr. Snowden, can you just reiterate for the commission the manner in which the company performed your analysis to develop the solar interconnection limit briefly, please?
Sure. I'm not going to go into the whole detail that we went through last time, but just again, we did perform quantitative analysis, and we relied on, again, the expert engineering judgment of the folks who actually do the work. So the transmission construction folks and the transmission planning teams were heavily relied on developing our forecast.
And so inferring here, was it your understanding that Mr. Snowden's point was the company didn't use a model or some analytical method as quantitative analysis?
That was the inference. But again, no other party provided a model that could model this forecast of how much solar could be interconnected.
Okay. And are you aware, or has any party in this proceeding pointed to another utility that has undertaken to model quantitatively solar interconnection limits in resource planning?
No, I'm not aware.
And just generally based on that discussion yesterday, I think also a discussion with Mr. Burns on behalf of CCBA, how would you characterize the company's solar procurement plans in the near term, 2022 to 2024, to procure 3,100 megawatts of economically selected solar and 441 megawatts of CPRE unawarded solar compared to other peer utilities?
So our assumptions are certainly reasonably comparable and exceed the assumptions from and plans of other utilities. And I'm not going to turn to those, but in table 12 of my direct testimony is where I go into detail comparing our assumptions to other peer utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Columba. Mr. Quinto, turning to you for a few questions, if I could, please, sir. You received a number of questions from CUCA and NC Warren about or perhaps the panel did, but I think you addressed some of these, the current price of gas in the spot market and how it's changed from the point in time that the companies developed the carbon plan to where it is today. Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
Okay. And as part of that discussion, I think either the question was presented to you to look at table E6 in Appendix E, and then you responded, or excuse me, figure E6, and then you responded that figure E7 was the more appropriate figure to address the manner in which the company analyzed the gas forecast over time. Do you recall that?
I do.
And could you just reiterate for the commission the gas price sensitivity analysis that's presented in figure E7 of Appendix E, please? And point
Yes,
to the
so
page number.
Sure. Figure E7 on page 41 of Appendix E of the carbon plan shows the company's high, base, and low natural gas price forecasts that were utilized in the carbon plan. The companies did perform a sensitivity where we re-optimized, and this is on the discussion of the sensitivity is on page 92 of Appendix E, testing if the selection of the combined cycle would still, if the combined cycle would still be selected if the re-optimization of resources was performed with this higher gas price. And as discussed by Witness Snyder during this conversation, the high gas price forecast is still well above the forward projections for natural gas that was pointed out by the crossing attorneys.
Thank you. And so turning to page 92 of Appendix E that you referenced, can you provide in a little more detail what the sensitivity analysis that you undertook assessed and what it validated?
Absolutely. So this sensitivity took our base gas price and exchanged it with the high gas price forecast as shown in figure E7. We reran the capacity expansion model and observed that the combined cycle was still selected in these portfolios. We tested this in portfolios 4 and 4A. We selected these because it allowed for the longest time for compliance among our 4 portfolios, which would in theory give the system more time to procure more resources, to add more resources to the system, and potentially avoid building this combined cycle. So even in this high gas price scenario with many options to further replace this resource, the selection was still made.
Thank you. This morning you had a discussion with Ms. Lure on behalf of the public staff about your Exhibit 1 to your direct testimony. Do you recall that?
I do.
And specifically, she was asking some questions about the timing of when the CC selected in DEC and Supplemental Portfolio 5 were selected which year. And we're specifically focusing on page 15 of that exhibit.
Yes, that's correct.
Just for the commission's clarification, is that table presented in beginning of year or end of year?
That table is also presented on beginning of year basis. So the combined cycle that shows up in 2029 in table Sp5, the combined cycle showing up in 2029 is finished construction by the end of 2028 and put into service for the entire year for energy and carbon reduction benefits for the entire year of 2029.
Thank you. Mr. McMurray, turning to you for a few questions, sir. You had a conversation with Ms. Thompson on behalf of SACE et al. Yesterday about Duke's process for sharing Encompass model data and inputs. Do you recall that discussion yesterday?
Yes, I do.
And there are some questions about whether interveners were able to replicate the company's modeling results. Recall that discussion?
I do.
And Ms. Thompson asked you whether, after interveners raised concerns back in May about challenges replicating Duke's modeling, whether the company went back and tried to rerun Encompass input files that were provided to the public staff and other interveners to confirm that the results would compute. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you mentioned during your answer that the companies did some work on a developmental server. Could you explain that in a little more detail, what you did and what the results of that analysis were for the portfolios P1 through P4?
Yes. Very briefly, but as discussed yesterday, we provided all of our input files that was associated with P1 through 4 and output files on a data site. I was corrected last night. It's not a data mart, so if I confused anybody, please forgive me. But we provided all of that input, and it was brought to our attention that the intervening parties were having problems replicating using the input files, replicating the output files. So we provided a subsequent meeting and gave instructions of how to do that. But then there was still some questions if they could exactly match our output files. Going from there, we have a developmental server. We get a new version of the model. We test it in this developmental server so that we make sure it runs good before we adopt it. So we wanted to test to see if we take the inputs that we provided and put in the developmental server, could we produce P134 output? And yesterday I stated that we did produce the outputs that was provided in P134 in the data site. But I was corrected last night but very close. So I was not aware of this, but they had in the developmental server had a more recent version of the model. And just to give you what very close means, that a lot of people can say, please define that. But in portfolio P1, what I mean by very close is it moved 150 megawatt battery from 2030 to 2031. That's small differences that you might see in different versions from a more recent update of the model. But I would stand by my statement yesterday. But we did validate using the inputs. We did show that you could get the replicate the output files for P1 through 4. Is that a fair assessment?
Thank you. And just to be clear, did the analysis that you undertook result in any changes to the near-term actions the company is asking the commission to approve in this proceeding?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder, turning to you, you had a discussion with counsel for tech customers yesterday about whether the company was aware that interveners were not able to replicate the results of the Encompass modeling. Recall that?
I do.
And you said the company's made very best efforts to provide an unprecedented amount of modeling information and also to engage with intervener technical experts to discuss the Encompass modeling process.
Yep, we did.
And that included 2 open technical discussions in late May and early June to provide additional detail on Encompass modeling. That was part of the process the companies undertook.
It was.
And how many data requests, ballpark, would you say you answered on the Encompass modeling process and modeling assumptions?
Of the 1,500 individual parts to data request, there were, at least a couple hundred, if not more, of those that likely were modeling oriented or various aspects of our modeling. So probably I don't have the exact number, but several of the data requests we answered from interveners were modeling.
Okay. And specific to the tech customers, do you recall that between May 16th, when the company filed the carbon plan, and July 15th, when interveners filed their alternative plans, the companies answered 6 sets of discovery to the tech customers?
Yeah, that is correct.
And do you recall that on July 15th, Gable and Associates, on behalf of the tech customers, filed an alternative plan that was developed based in Encompass?
Yes, they did. Yeah.
And at any point in the process between May 16th and July 15th, to your knowledge, did tech customers or Gable and Associates contact the companies and say they were not able to use the files that were provided and wouldn't be able to produce their own report, which they ended up doing on July 15th?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And there's a lot of discussion about this yesterday and what the implications were of parties being challenged to replicate the modeling, but just trying to return to the big picture here. The fact that they weren't able to 100% replicate the modeling, is that a reasonable or appropriate metric for the commission to take into consideration in assessing the reasonableness of the modeling that the companies undertook?
No, I don't believe it is. I think, just summarizing, I think what we said yesterday is that, as you've all heard for 3 days now, it's a highly complex process, a very large data set, various versions of the model coming out over time as we did this. So the fact that you couldn't exactly replicate, given the complexity and the time constraints we were under, I don't find that as surprising, or should it have any bearing in this proceeding that the modeling we did was not robust and supportive of our near-term action plans. And, in that time frame, we weren't able to exactly replicate the third-party results down to every dot the I and cross the T as well. So certainly should not be determinative in this proceeding of the robustness or of the analysis done, or in any way question our ask of relief for our near-term action plan.
Thank you. Turning to another discussion with Tech Customers Council yesterday, there were some questions about your testimony asserting that the analysis of certain interveners was outcome oriented. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall, or was it your impression that those questions were attempting to imply that Duke had a financial incentive to put its thumb on the scale, so to speak? I think that term was used in perhaps one of your answers in terms of its modeling to favor the need for new natural gas resources.
Yeah, there were multiple lines of questions that led that way, including, I think, Ms. Thompson with NCSEA may have suggested that as well.
And would you take the opportunity to address for the commission your perspective on whether the companies have a financial incentive to skew the modeling results to select natural gas versus other technologies to meet the planning requirements of House Bill 951?
Yeah, I think, this has been something that comes before this commission all the time that says, we have a financial thumb on the scale when we do the modeling, which, makes our modeling team sort of frustrated. But in this case, 951 has made it very clear that we do not, right? It's quite the opposite. If our financial interests were driving our modeling, I would adopt the alternate portfolios put forward in this case. NCSEA presented a portfolio that removed about $1.3 billion of batteries, but 1.3 billion of gas. So they don't want us to build the combined cycles or the turbines. They took that out of their plan and inserted $5 billion worth of standalone batteries and an extra 1,000 megawatts of solar, which we would get to own and operate 55% of, right? So I would invest far more capital under the NCSEA Synapse study that was conducted than I would get to invest under the company's portfolio. So I would, just definitively for, after 5 or 6 years of, you've got your thumb on the scale, this is a demonstrative example of that's showing we're actually advocating a portfolio that has less near-term capital investment than the people coming to us suggesting we adopt. So, there's a lot of good discussion to be had about what's appropriate in the best interest of customers and cost benefit and all that. But this bias discussion, I think, is something we can just close the door on, because that is certainly not anything we've ever contemplated when developing our portfolios.
All right, with that, we're going to break. We will go off the record and we'll be back on the record at 10:55. Mr. Brexmore, you may continue your redirect.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Mr. Snyder, a few more redirect questions for you, please, sir. You had a few questions from council for the tech customers in Walmart about the time it takes to construct new gas generation. Do you recall that?
I do.
And the general premise of the question was that the questioning was that the company's execution plan is suggesting it takes around 6 years to, the focus was on construct a combustion turbine or combined cycle, and that based on various third-party studies and past precedent that actual construction time had been demonstrated to be shorter. Do you recall that?
I do.
And Council for Tech Customers specifically referenced Table 4-5 of the execution plan. And did you have a chance to further review that table last night and what it represents?
I did.
Would you take an opportunity to provide your further perspective on it to the commission in light of questioning?
Yeah, Table 4-5, page 15 of the execution plan lays out the timeline, not just for construction, but sort of beginning to end. And it's based, one of the things I emphasize is based on historical experience of our engineering procurement team, our construction teams that do this within Duke. As we said yesterday, these are moving more expansive given the strong interest in supply chain changes, but also in the level of intervention at every step, whether it's an air permit, whether it's a CPCN, can tend to extend these. But what it shows on that table is there's multiple years of activity before you actually begin site construction. So when you submit a CPCN, you can expect it to take a period of time before a CPCN is issued, which you need to have before you proceed. You also need to have an air permit before you can proceed construction. You also need to do mobilization, site mobilization, and get your EPC contracts finalized before you can proceed. So all of that, if we're on the timeline that we presented in our near-term action plan, would have us beginning site construction in 2025 in order to make the end of year. Mr. Quinto spoke about, having something online in 27 or 28. In the plan, it shows end of year 28. So if everything goes the way history is, if we went for a CPCN at the end of next year, we believe if everything goes right, we could have it online by the end of 2028. And I confirmed with our construction team and our major project management team that they believe that is still a very reasonable estimate, but might be aggressive given if there are challenges along the way in all of those steps. So there is a clear 5-year window needed, and potentially 6 to get a combined cycle in service. And that if you suggest you could do that earlier, that would not be possible.
Thank you. And the practical point of the question was for the commission to wait or use the check and adjust function to not select new gas in this initial near-term actions and to defer that decision until the 2024 carbon plan update. What will be the implication of the commission making that decision based on the timeline that the companies have established is necessary to construct the new gas that has been identified in the near-term actions?
Yeah, pushing out 2 years and continuing, and I think I used the term yesterday, to kick the can on this. Maybe some interveners are pushing for it. It simply delays achievement of the 70% goal, and it delays your ability to get out of retire and replace aging coal units. So it's that balance. You get approximately 2 million tons of carbon reduction from putting in a combined cycle that's more efficient than the generation it's replacing. And it allows you to have reliable, dependable capacity that can replace the reliable, dependable coal capacity that's on the system. So if we delay the CPCN until we go through another 24 update, you're simply delaying how quickly you could put into service a resource that could provide those carbon reductions and a resource that could help you retire the coal plants that are currently on the system. So you're now wearing any attendant risk of continued coal production for 2 more years.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. No further redirect.
All right. We will take questions from commissioners. Who has questions? Mr. Clodfelter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a few stray cats and dogs. I'm going to start off, though, with some requests for late file exhibits, and I'm going to do that now because actually they are going to be more pertinent perhaps to the rebuttal testimony, but if I ask for them now, then I'll get them before the rebuttal testimony. That may move us along faster in the rebuttal testimony. So the first one is you referred, the panel referred, and Ms. Bowman yesterday referred to a sensitivity analysis that you ran in short order and in great haste after the Inflation Reduction Act, just to sort of test the sensitivity of your portfolio runs against that. If that produced an output that could be provided in the form of a late filed exhibit, I'd like to have it. I don't know what form that took, but if you've got a sensitivity analysis in some documented form, I'd love to see that as a late filed exhibit. The second is relates to your exhibit number 2 to your rebuttal testimony, which is a response to I'm not going to put it in front of you, so I'm not asking any questions about it, but it's a response to a data request relating to the study of converting Belews Creek to 100% gas-fired capability. The problem with the exhibit is that it has embedded in it as PDF files all of the study. And so I have the data request as an exhibit, but I don't have any of the content that data request refers to. We need to see the PDFs as well that are referenced in that exhibit, or otherwise the exhibit's useless. So if you can file the PDFs as maybe part of that exhibit, or substitute a substituted exhibit that actually has the PDFs themselves in it, that would be the second request. The third request is a request from our staff, and I'm going to read it out to you, but I suspect, Mr. Jurack, I'll probably need to have Commission staff give it to you in writing afterwards, because I'm not sure my reading of this request for a late file exhibit is going to get everything that the staff really wants. But I'll read it as best I can. It's for each of the companies, the 2 companies, combined cycle and combustion turbine plants. What we'd like to have is whether or not that plant currently has firm or interruptible supply for each of those plants. What volumes, including summer volumes and winter volumes, are currently being supplied under those arrangements, interruptible and firm. The corresponding transportation rates in 2021 for the associated interstate pipeline and the associated local distribution company that supplies each of those plants. And the transportation expense by month paid in 2021 to both the associated interstate pipeline and the associated LDC. Now, again, I read out what I've got in front of me, but you don't have to write it down. I'm going to have Commission staff give it to council, but that's the third request for late file exhibit. Okay. And again, if we can get those before a rebuttal testimony comes around, that may eliminate some rebuttal questions or speed us up at least.
Certainly.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
We'll be glad to do that.
Okay, like I said, I got some cats and dogs, and I'll just, in no particular order, it always worries me when there's something that nobody talks about. And so I have to ask you a question about something that's in every portfolio that anybody is offering and nobody's talking about, and that's what worries me. So other than the obvious fact that it may not materialize, what should the Commission worry about at night in terms of the deliverability of the onshore wind? What do we need to keep in mind as we think about that? That's in everybody's portfolios and nobody's saying a word about it. Now, you don't need to tell me about, I know the NREL maps, I know the maps you put in these exhibits, I know we got severe problems about location. Don't talk about that. Tell me what else I need to worry about in terms of onshore wind.
I'll do my very best to be brief on this, and then on onshore. The siting, what we've said is we've got to work with the communities, we've got to work with the wind developers, see if we have viable sites. There's limited amount. I'm not going to talk about those. We know where those areas are. What we then need to determine is once those are developed, whether they're north part of the coast, down the coast, wherever we know it, it's coastal. What's the transmission, interrelated transmission effects to bring that wind to load centers, right? And so there's the siting, step one, and then when much like we did with the solar, we went through the red zone, green zones, and you started to identify where these projects are through the DICES process and the interconnection process. How do we then quickly assert, can we get synergies in our transmission interconnections that can help us bring that coastal wind to the load centers, which are more inland, and what is the cost associated with that? So, we have a proxy cost in there, but it doesn't have, to your fair point, Commissioner Clodfelter, it doesn't have near the study background or history that we have with solar, for example, where we have a long history of studying. We went from serial queues to clusters to NCTPC, and a lot of studying. And I'll leave this to Mr. Roberts, and you may want to readdress this with Mr. Roberts. But I think the pairing up that siting activity along with the related transmission cost, how good are those proxies? And once we start to see those, what's the timeline to effectuate not just the construction of onshore wind, but the attendant need for the transmission to move that to load?
Well, maybe I should ask this question, Mr. Roberts, and if so, you can tell me, and I'll do so. But when I look at what you're proposing, what the company's proposing for offshore wind, and the point of injection, preferred point of injection being New Bern, and then I look at the onshore wind maps about onshore wind resources, they seem to be an interesting coincidence that Carteret County happens to be the best onshore wind location in North Carolina, and New Bern happens to be the preferred injection point for offshore wind. So in the modeling the companies did you take that into account? Did that affect the way the model sort of evaluated onshore wind resources and offshore wind resources? Did those two link together in your modeling?
I think, I'm going to go real high level, and then I am going to suggest you ask Mr. Robert this. We work with Mr. Robert's team to come up with what we call these proxy transmission. And as you well understand, this whole commission does, that it's the actual siting of these resources that are going to determine the actual transmission projects that are needed. But based on that, he gave us proxy costs for transmission for onshore wind as well as offshore wind. The level of synergies in the development of those proxy costs would be a question probably more fulsomely answered by Mr. Roberts.
For Mr. Roberts. One last question on onshore wind. Then one of the consultants for one of the interveners, I think it may have been Mr. Burgess, but my memory may be wrong on this, suggested that one of the things the company needed to add to its near-term action plan was to go out and, instead of talking to stakeholders about, are you ready for onshore wind, instead go out with a test RFP, go out very early and perhaps next year, as early as next year, and test the market with a test RFP and see what you get. Do you have any reaction to that?
So I think I'm going to actually punt this to Witness Farber, because she is familiar with next steps to look at RFPs potentially for onshore wind
Okay.
and what the game plan is
So
there.
I'll reserve that question for her.
Yeah, and she's on the transmission panel.
Okay, that's great. Thank you much for that. Anything else I need to ask you about onshore wind? Anything else you think I need to know about it?
Well, I do think, it's been high level, we see if we would love to be able to make it happen. It has a nice synergistic effect, right? I mean, it blows at different times, winter mornings, in the dark. So the synergistic effect has been well established that diversification provides a lot of benefits. So both from a technological, from a load profile, from attendant supply chain risks, having some diversification is great. It's, as we know, the Carolinas, it has limited amount. It faces significant hurdles, and this is the impetus we'll need to see if we can overcome those hurdles.
Did you do any modeling runs in which you said, what if we can't produce this at all? Because it's in, as I say, it's in everybody's portfolio and it's not a small number. So if it doesn't materialize, what's the backup? Did you do any modeling runs on that question?
We didn't do a zero offshore wind,
Onshore.
excuse me, a zero onshore wind sensitivity. We tried to put in, relatively speaking, if you look at the number of megawatts of onshore wind, we did limit it to it's a lot, and I don't disagree, but it's, 300 a year starting later in the plan, and 300, whereas, we're talking now, can I get solar from 750 to 1300 to 1800 every year, and wind is at the 300 megawatt level. So we think we started fairly conservatively, but it still may prove, Commissioner Clodfelter, I don't disagree that there is risk that it may or may not come to fruition. It's important, I think, as part of our near-term action plan, to go out and do our very best to get it. And then if we have to come back at the 24 update and say, here's what's happened, and it's, we need to adjust those down, or, be fortunate and adjust them up, we would certainly do that.
Check and adjust.
Check and adjust.
Again, I'm sorry, I don't have this in a very organized fashion, so I'm going to backtrack on you for a minute.
Fine.
And I'm going to expand the late filed exhibit request. I'm really interested in knowing if there are any studies similar to what you did for Belews Creek on conversion to 100% gas capability. Any similar studies for Marshall 1 and 2, or any of the Marshall units for that matter? I think they're all currently capable at 40 or 50%.
That's correct.
All 4 units. And did DEP ever do any fuel conversion studies for any of the Roxborough or Mayo units? If they're out there floating around, whether they were done in connection with a carbon plan or whether they were done earlier. I'm not just confining the request for what might have been done in connection with the carbon plan, but anything that might have been done earlier than that.
Yeah, certainly. We will endeavor to get you the Marshall, anything we've done on Marshall. The Rocks and Mayo, the difficulty there is you have limited gas on that part of the state. And again, just reminding, when you do those conversions, it takes, roughly 50% more gas per megawatt hour than it would in a combined cycle. So it's, you're talking about nearly 3,000 megawatts of coal that would equate to, 5,000 megawatts combined cycle. So it's a very significant amount of gas, and with a limited gas supply into that region. We've never really looked at that, to my knowledge, and I'm looking to my team. So we've never looked at that potential.
I suspected that might be the case, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. I
That's
asked for purposes of completeness,
All
just
good.
to be sure. I knew you had done the work on Marshall and
Yep.
Belews Creek. I just wasn't sure about the others, and so I just wanted to ask for completeness purposes. Okay. Want to ask you a couple of technology questions. Now, these are meant to be technology questions. So I'm familiar from the literature, and I don't really want to get into a discussion of this point with you, but I'm familiar from the literature about the pros and cons and the relative advantages and disadvantages of traditional combustion turbines and reciprocating engines. So I understand that there are pluses and minuses to each of them.
That's correct.
And I'm just curious why you didn't allow Encompass to select a reciprocating engine if it felt that it met the criteria for selection. The only thing that's said in the carbon plan is that Duke doesn't have any of these units. That's the only thing I know about that in the carbon plan.
It was, I would say it is a viable technology. You know, when you're looking at reciprocating engines, it would be more meet the need of a specialty need. Is from a cost perspective, it's in the $1,400 a kW compared to the 600 of a you know J or F class combustion turbine. To date, what we've installed at our Lee steam station and Sutton has been LM6000 small turbines to meet that specialty need versus reciprocating engines. If there was a need that arose where we needed that very small increment, maybe it'll be limited from a transmission perspective or back up to nuclear generation. You know, that's really where that technology, you know, was more of a specialty need than just a generic peaking need for a system. And I mean, we can certainly include that as an option to select, but I would be very surprised that it would pick that unless you gave it the benefits of the specialty needs of that project.
Well, the specialty needs that I was thinking of would be ramping superiority, ability to cycle without degradation much more consistently. And those are kind of characteristics that I wonder why you just didn't let the model examine those and see whether it spit them out.
I mean, we can certainly do that if that's at your request.
Fair enough. The other technology question is, I'll see if I can get it out clearly to you, is in talking about hydrogen and talking about the gas units with a number of the council who questioned about that, we heard you talk about two options. One is conversion to hydrogen, or the gas units conversion to hydrogen. And if that doesn't materialize, then we heard talk about carbon offsets. And so I'm going to ask you about a third option. So we're into the 2030s, mid to late 2030s. And so those units, the gas units, are running primarily, if they're not on hydrogen at all, let's assume hydrogen doesn't materialize. It doesn't scale. It becomes non-economic. There are other problems with it, whatever. Hydrogen's off the table, and you've got those gas units there, which you're running predominantly for reliability purposes. And so the question at that point is, I understand that why you didn't look at carbon capture and sequestration. I understand why you didn't look at it in 2022. But I'm in the mid-20s, 30s. I'm in the late 2030s. I'm into 2040s, and I got the last 5%, and I got those gas units. And so my question to you, really, Mr. Snyder, is this: I'm familiar with the literature on the capacity in North Carolina for geological sequestration. What I don't remember when those studies were being done about the potential for geological sequestration of carbon dioxide in North Carolina is what operating characteristics they were assuming for the combustion units. How much output, how much CO2 was being generated by those units when they did the calculations of what sequestration capacity we had. Can you point me to some information, or do you know what kind of output of CO2 on an annualized basis those studies assumed?
I do not have that at my fingertips, but we have a team that looks at those emergent studies, and we would be happy to try and point you to you know the relevant information you're asking there for, Commissioner Cladfelter. But you bring up a great point: is the volumes do decline dramatically, and does that change the overall potential for sequestration? It's a very good question.
That's precisely the question. You got it. It's not a 2022 carbon plan question, but I ask it now because I think it will become a question as we check and adjust going forward.
No, it's a very good question. I'll see if we can't find some just general information on that where we can check that issue that you just raised.
The Nicholas Institute study on sequestration was done in 2007, And I know that it assumed operation of combined cycle and combustion turbines as intermediate regular resources generating capacity and energy, not just run for reliability purposes. And so that's really what prompts the question.
Commissioner Claude Felder, just
Yes.
if I may, you know, we operate in Duke Energy, Indiana also, and so sequestration from a geological standpoint is much more of an option today than in the past. And there has been studies performed within Duke Energy that we'll be glad to get you the information. The only pause I might have, it might have to be, I don't know if it'll be publicly available, if that's a problem. But we have done some analysis even in the Carolinas that maybe we can make it maybe we can make it high enough level to make it publicly available. But we do have some of that information that we'd be glad to provide you.
As I say, it's not going to drive the 2022 carbon
No,
plan,
it will
clearly.
not. It will not impact our short-term
But
action
since
plan.
you had dialogue with a lot of council about what happens to if there's no hydrogen, I wanted to at least get the question out there and get it on the table. Okay.
Fair enough. Yes.
All right. In the 2020 IRPs for both companies, you ran a portfolio with no new gas resources. And I don't recall, and so that's why I'm going to ask you, I don't recall how those modeled in terms of their emissions results. That's in the 2020 IRPs, and I just don't recall it. Do you recall it as you sit here today, what kind of carbon reduction you were able to achieve in that portfolio that had no new gas resources by 2030?
By 2030.
Yeah.
So I will mention in those portfolios, in the 2020 IRP, we kept the coal units on.
You kept the coal units on.
And they ran harder.
Right.
So the emissions over the short term were likely higher. And then as you got out into the future, it might be lower, but I don't have that information.
Do you know if that information is in the IRPs? If it is, I'll go back and find it, but
I believe there are line graphs in the 2020 IRP that show emissions by year for each of the portfolios.
Did you consider running a portfolio with no new gas this time?
We had a line of questioning
You did.
on that, and
You did.
we thought the executability, if it would have picked it, right? So we didn't run it, we didn't force it, right? The only way to get no new gas is to say, and some of the interveners did this. They just said, don't allow it as an option, right? So don't not only add recips, but take all gas off, and then run a portfolio that restricts the ability of gas. And when we look at balancing, again, we would get to invest a lot more money in such a portfolio. So we certainly did not include, we didn't elect not to do that because we had our thumb on the scale. We said, when I'm balancing my 4 core objectives of executability, reliability, affordability, and meeting the carbon reduction, let the model pick. And if I restrict it, that's not going to give me, by definition, I'm taking an option off the table. So it's not going to give me the least cost, most reliable, most affordable that meets my carbon goals. So we did not run that. It would have had to been a sensitivity, because certainly it wouldn't be your core plan, because you can't determine if it's your core plan if you eliminate it. But we did not elect to run that as a sensitivity to say how much more expensive, how much less reliable, how much less executable would it be by taking one of my options off the table. Had we done it, like I said, we would definitely got a portfolio that would involve more capital investment for the company. So it wasn't done in any way, shape, or form from that perspective. It was done from, this holistic view of the 4 objectives and what we believe is the most appropriate way to meet the 4 objectives that are outlined in 951.
Thank you for that. I had to ask a question because I was just curious about, you did show that in the 2020 IRPs, and it didn't show up this time, and I just needed an explanation of how that happened.
Yeah, I think 951, we said we're we're moving beyond just planning and a lot of hypotheticals to execution, right? What is it going to take to get 70%? And that's the reason, in the IRPs, we were still back in what are all these hypotheticals and trade-offs there. Now it's how do we execute to get to 70 and net zero, and let's get focused on that.
Okay, thank you. I just need to hear you talk about the reasons for why things changed. You were asked some, again, in no particular order, you were asked some questions yesterday afternoon by Mr. Shower, I think, about the long-term PPAs you've got with 3 merchant gas plants in North Carolina.
That's
What
correct.
were those 3, or they may not be in North Carolina, those 3 plants, what are they
They
again?
were the Rowan combined cycle, the Rowan combustion turbines, and the Cleveland County combustion turbine.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to connect the dots here on this. In the carbon plan Appendix A, you may want to get that in front of you, actually, if you got it.
Yeah.
I just want to connect up that testimony with something that's in table A2. Got that?
I do.
Okay, there is a line item, the last one before the total in the table there on table A2 that identifies emissions from facilities that are, quote, operated on behalf of, close quote, Duke. And then it lists the emissions numbers there. And then the footnote indicates that those represent emissions from the Rowan facility owned by Southern Power Company and several cogeneration and small power producers under contract with CP&L. Does that capture all of the units that you were talking with Mr. Scherer about yesterday?
There may have been in that footnote,
Yeah.
some small cogen facilities that are no longer in existence, that are not contemplated, but
But it does include the Rowan CC, the Rowan CTs, and the Cleveland CC.
I'm not sure we were at the time of the baseline. I'm trying to recall whether we had already contracted with the Cleveland CT or not, but if it wasn't in the baseline, anything that we do contract for would be in our accounting of, we would have to overcome those emissions, right? We're still counting those emissions. It just wasn't in the baseline.
Under the company's view of how you count, you would be counting them, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Commissioner Claude.
Sure.
Yes, the Rowan, or no, the Rowan facility that's represented there, I believe was just the simple cycle units.
Okay.
And did not include the additional combined cycle. I don't believe, and subject to check, that was included as a contract at that time.
They were not included in the baseline. What about in the table that reports the current
Yes.
emissions? They
Yes,
are included
they
in
are.
that. So in the column that shows the current emissions,
I'm sorry.
are all 3 of those merchant contracts included?
I believe you're referring to table A3, the 2021 emissions.
Yes.
Yes, anything that was under contract in 2021 would be
Got
in
it.
there.
Yeah,
And you can see where that number went up.
I see it. Yes. That's, you helped me connect the dots on that. Thank you. All right, guys. You've been through this before, and each time I think I've got it, somebody else takes you back through it again, and I get confused all over again, okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to try one more time, and help me out with this. What people are calling, some people call it the battery CT optimization, some are calling it the battery CT replacement. You call it whatever you want to call it. Tell me step by step exactly how that works.
You want me to try high level and you jump in there if I get it wrong? So a capacity expansion model, right? You got it,
Got it.
right? It selects all the resources with their characteristics and it picks a certain amount of each.
Got it.
The verification step says, we understand that there's an inherent bias towards batteries in the CapEx model because it distorts, and we go into this in our rebuttal, so you may want to, it distorts the load. It says it's got to maintain the whole year's energy and also show the peaks. So it says, when I only get to use a couple days per month to represent the load I'm serving rather than every hour of every day for the whole year, it makes lower lows, higher highs, and it replicates that for all 365 days in the year. A battery primary value is taking energy from the low trough and displacing energy from the high peak. Low trough is cheap. It's your lowest cost energy. Highest peak is expensive. And so your ability to charge with cheap and displace expensive creates value for a battery. So if I distort that, I get an overvaluation. So we said, we understand that there's an inherent limitation in a screening model. So let's test how, if we take a portion of those batteries and we put them into a detailed 8760 production cost and relook at the economics of those batteries versus the CTs in a more realistic representation of hourly load, is it economic? Is it still economic to pick the battery over the CT? And if it is, great, let's keep the batteries in the plan. Like I said, we get the batteries, we get to invest in those, we get to invest in CTs.
You're
Let's leave
giving
it
me, you're giving me more than I need. Really, what I'm really focused on here
Sorry.
right now is this dispute among the parties about whether it's a quote, out of model or in model
yeah.
adjustment. That's really what
All
all
right,
I'm trying.
so-
I understand
Gotcha.
all that you've been telling me. You're giving me
Awesome.
more than I need. So do I understand that optimization occurs as a result of running the production cost module?
That's right.
It's an output of the production cost module run.
It does, well, you need to get the economics out of the production cost. And to be fair, you then have to take those
All right.
and say, Mike, now with those outputs, here's the real production cost value of these batteries and the same capital costs that went in. You're not changing anything on the capital cost. You're not changing anything on the capital cost of the CTs. You're just saying, what's the relative difference in production cost? And if it's cheaper, right? Because the CapEx model said it was cheaper to build the batteries, but when you look at them in reality, it was cheaper not to. So we went back to the CTs. So it is that output of that production cost model that says, okay, now we change out. If that production cost model said, no, you know what, it's still more valuable to pick the batteries, we would have left the batteries in. So it is that output, the detailed production cost model output, that drives whether or not you shift from batteries to CT or batteries back to CTs for just a selection. Again, we only did it for the first 35%. We didn't say replace all your batteries. We know batteries are going to play a role, but we didn't have a chance to go through the perfect optimization of it. We just did it as a check step to say, does it make sense to have that many batteries early on, or should a portion of those, as we transition this environment, does it make sense to have it? If so, great. If not, let's switch back.
Okay, I thank you. This time I think I got it. Now, last question on it though. Why'd you pick 35%? Where does that number come from?
I mean, when in developing this, first of all, the first need, and that would be consistent with the short-term action plan. That's the most important one. But we went and we went in and we made a run, and then we replaced the first block of where we had 1,000 megawatts of batteries in 1 year. So we said, what if we replace that with a CT? And so then we said, well, what if we went to the next big, the next time it picked a lot of batteries, implemented in any 1 year, we might over maybe a 2-year period, we went to into the 2032 timeframe, and then we selected another battery. We did that same. If it was shown that the CT was cost effective with just one, then we said, well, what if two is cost effective? But what we found is and these are all hypothetical, illustrative example. How many more qualifications should I put on? But like the first CT that was replaced with the batteries based on the production cost modeling, it may have shown a $300 million benefit, over PVRR when we did that analysis. When we did the second one, we saw that the second block of, change out of, with doing the steps that Mr. Snyder it might only be worth, 150 million. And so the total benefit of having two batteries was 450 million. And then when we went to the three, we showed that when we added another block, another CT block, and we changed it out, and that might go to, it was only showing an incremental value over a CT of maybe less than 100 million. So it might have went from 450 to 500 million. And so that's that's how we came up with the 35%. We went through it iteratively. And when we saw the value of the next increment started dropping, we were time constrained. We could have kept on going and came to the point. But more importantly, the second and third blocks that we're looking at, a lot of things can change. Who knows? I mean, the battery costs could decline. The CT costs, so there's a lot of, gas costs could change. There's a lot of things could change. But in the near term, the first evaluation of what, that would impact the short-term action plan would be the first tranche. Anything you'd like to add to that?
I'd just say, just to avoid questions on commission's questions, he did say in the hypothetical, I mean, the numbers were not, he was giving you illustrative numbers. We're not putting those exact numbers in the record, but it was seeing where do you get diminishing returns of those replacements.
I understood him. Thank you. I understood him. I hope council did too. That way you won't get questions on commission's question, maybe. I don't know. Let me see. I have a question about the retirement of Marshall Units 1 and 2, but it may be a question you want to punt, and so I'm going to ask it and then see if you want to defer it. In the carbon plan, the retirement date for Marshall Units 1 and 2 is associated with a 230 kilovolt transmission upgrade from McGuire to Marshall. And I wanted to know more about what's causing that, the need for that upgrade. What is the functionality that upgrade is providing to the system, and why is the retirement of Marshall dependent on that upgrade? Is that a question for the transmission panel, or?
Yeah, I believe Mr. Roberts would probably not be happy with me if I even endeavored to.
Well, I have a resource related question related to it, but I probably should ask that of Mr. Roberts too. That's not for you guys.
The resources, if you're talking about the resources for the transmission to do it,
No.
Why don't you try the question? I'll tell you if I need
Well,
to.
the question is the problem that transmission upgrade is solving, could that problem be resolved in a different way? Could it be resolved by shutting down one of the Marshall units as a generating unit and operating it as a synchronous condenser?
That definitely is a question for Mr. Roberts.
Okay. It's a $230 million upgrade, so
Yeah.
it's worth asking
It's
the
worth,
question.
it's worth
the
asking the question.
All right, I think I'm about done, but I got one sort of overarching question for you. Let me just scan for just 30 seconds. Yeah, okay, so we've got 4 portfolios that you guys have offered up for consideration. And then we got 2 runs that you did for the public staff. And of course, we got all the intervenor runs, but I just want to focus on those 6. So only one of those 6 achieves 70% carbon reduction by 2030. That's portfolio 1. So my question really is, talk to me about how it is that the other portfolios achieve a more significant and material impact on carbon reduction than does portfolio 1.
Yeah, portfolio 1 gives you the higher carbon reduction earlier, and I will not dispute interveners that when we looked at those downward line graphs, cumulatively gives you more carbon reduction over the 28-year planning horizon. It's the balance of the affordability, reliability, and executability that's the trade-off. So if your only directive in 951 was to get carbon reductions at all cost, irrespective of the other balancing factors, then portfolio 1 is your portfolio. And so we spend a fair amount of time in chapter 3 in the last 5-10 pages of chapter 3 talking about those balancing factors and explain that portfolio 1 does give you the most significant carbon reduction of all the portfolios. But your trade-offs are on affordability, executability, and really non-modelable risks that you think about when you look at portfolio 1 versus 2 versus 3 versus 4, or the public staffs 5 and 6. So I will not dispute interveners that you will get the most carbon reduction of all the portfolios with portfolio 1.
Well, I follow you. I understand you and I follow you. I'm looking for you to help me here. Suppose and I just want to ask, so let me ask you one more time.
Sure.
And see if you can offer me anything else. Suppose I should conclude that in order to extend the 2030 deadline, I must find that the extension brings about a more significant and material impact on carbon reduction than otherwise would be the case. How do I do that? Make the case.
Yeah, I think I interpreted that part of the statute. And again, I'm getting in danger with my lawyers here because I play my holiday.
I'm not asking you to
lawyer.
interpret the statute, just make
but
the case about how
my
I get
case
to a more
is you
significant
have-
reduction.
You allow time, significant reduction from wind and nuclear, right? So it's not in total. I think that was referring to, do I get more significant if it takes time for the development of wind and nuclear to come into the portfolio that could provide demonstrable carbon savings. It was my interpretation, again, just my interpretation, that portion of the statute was talking about the commission has the discretion and the flexibility to extend that timeline to get those significant reductions that come from new wind and new nuclear as a in prudent and in the interest of customers to allow that extension, not holistically like total system carbon, but can those two technologies play a significant role? Is it worth extending to bring those technologies forward and use those as part of your carbon plan? Then that is gives you that flexibility to do it. So I look at it in the light of, does it allow that time for more time for wind and nuclear to provide a more substantial role in the carbon plan?
Got you. I follow you. So let me ask you one last question then. If the commission were to direct Duke to pursue portfolio 1, can you foresee that would create any impediments or obstacles or higher costs to eventually bringing online those low carbon resources that you've mentioned, offshore wind, SMRs, advanced reactors?
Yes, certainly portfolio 1 would advance those, but you bring up the important balancing factor of cost and executability. So we go through that and say, all these technologies are expected to get cheaper over time, and you're going to adopt them faster and earlier, which you are an early adopter. So you're taking on a little more early adoption risk and at a little higher price than if you systematically adopt them over a more measured pace. And there's pros and cons to that. I really, I'm not trying to bias one way or the other. It's a balancing of those factors. So the risks of moving faster are always there. I mean, early movers get the benefits of being early movers, but they take on the early adoption risk. And that is inherent in any market. It's inherent in our energy transition. And so we tried to lay out those balancing factors for the commission in Chapter 3. A lot more detail in Appendix E, but it's probably, a worthy, with thousands and thousands and thousands of pages in this, probably a worthy, reread it for myself even of, it's been a while since we wrote that, of those Chapter 3 balancing factors amongst the portfolios.
Good. Thank you. I appreciate that. I lied to you though. I told you that was my last question, and but the lie comes from being disorganized. It doesn't come from malicious intent.
Happy to answer another question.
It just comes from being disorganized. This is a question really of curiosity about the capabilities of Encompass. And it's a question of curiosity. So a persistent theme that I've heard, and I follow you guys when you talk about it, is that when you have the ability to use a brownfield site, when you can take advantage of sunk resources and sunk costs, you prefer to do that when you can over going out to a greenfield. And you've told me about that over and over again. I understand it. I get it. And so it occurs to me that I'm curious, do you have the ability to query Encompass in such a way that Encompass recognizes a distinction between a brownfield resource and a greenfield resource and can make a selection decision where it might select one but not the other one? Does it have that capability? And what would it take if you wanted to tweak your inputs in order to let it make those kind of choices and say, well, I'll choose a brownfield resource here, but I sure won't choose a greenfield resource of that kind. I'll choose something else.
You know, that's a great question. It really is a really good question. And I think it's, you know, we talked about balancing the number of inputs, number of resources. You can only put a finite number of resources before the model sort of bogs down. But could you define 2 of every resource? 2 batteries, 1 at a brownfield, 1 greenfield, 2 CTs, 2 CCs. You have a brownfield CC and greenfield. They have different transmission costs, different total system costs, land, you know, taking advantage to show those lower. I think it is theoretically possible, subject to the limitations that Mr. McMurray and Mr. Quinto spoke about. You get into some of the issues of brownfield advantages are different by brownfield, and just sort of thinking about, you know, what interveners might think about, you know, when we use greenfield, is it this NREL source of data? Is it this EIA source of data? And now you're introducing brownfield. So is that the Person County brownfield site? Is that the Marshall brownfield site? And you know, we would open that can of worms, but potentially you could just say, if I were to eliminate the transmission proxy, for example, and if I were to take land cost out of the, and maybe the interconnection for the switchyard, and at a very high level, say, here are the general benefits of a brownfield, and try to avoid going into, you know, making this a 4-week hearing instead of a 3-week hearing. You know, we could potentially do that.
Was just curious about the capabilities. Again,
I think it is capable of doing it.
Thank you. That's all.
All right, Commissioner McKissick.
First, I'd like to thank you for providing some excellent testimony. I think it's been very useful and very insightful, and I appreciate the interveners for all the very thoughtful, deep digging into the testimony that you provided before they arrive, both in terms of direct, and of course the rebuttal's already there, but we're not going to get to it till a later date. So I want to let you know you've actually filled in an awful lot of gaps for me. I'm not going to request any late file exhibits. I don't have an exhaustive list of questions. What I really wanted to seek was some clarification on 1 or 2 things that perhaps I'm not 100% clear on. And they relate to hydrogen. I know yesterday a question came up about whether there was anticipated to be any additional infrastructure in terms of pipeline infrastructure that you had modeled in terms of use of hydrogen. And as I recall, the answer was no, you had not, but you had taken into consideration a blending rather than, you know, during a specific term or time frame, and eventually getting 100% to hydrogen. But was that response, is that an accurate statement relating to that response or to that issue? Or perhaps you could clarify it.
I know Mr. Quinto can answer this question.
Sure.
I'm going to give you a quick high level that
Yes.
hydrogen, I think we need to distinguish between hydrogen capable in the near term, and then remember, most of the long term are just placeholders. So all those CTs in the back end,
Yes.
that's distinct. So with that clarification, I'm going to allow Mr. Quinto to give you more detail on that.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner McKissick. Appreciate that question. The hydrogen factors that were used in the development of the cost assumptions, they do factor in the capital cost of electrolyzers, the energy that's required to produce it. It also factors in the transmission cost from wherever it needs to be, or wherever it's produced to wherever it needs to be. And that can be a proxy for a number of different things, whether it's pipeline upgrades, new pipeline, storage, that sort of thing. So that is factored into the cost that we assume in there. You know, it can develop many different ways too. So just thinking as clean hydrogen as a broad topic that can develop many ways. The cost that we've included cover the waterfront on potential there should help provide that's a reasonable assumption that we've included in the carbon plan.
So that's what's been included in the carbon plan at this point in time. Okay. And in terms of using a blend, I mean, because I read about blends up to 30% right now that are being experimented with. How was that factored into your projections and your portfolios?
In the modeling, or what the assumptions we made was this is distinction between volume and heat input. So sometimes you might hear a number of like 3, 3, 10, and 15, or 3, 9, and 15. But that, excuse me, 3, 9, and 15. That'd be by volume, but by heat content, which is what that would be equivalent to 1%.
Mm-hmm.
So 1% of our gas usage in 2035, growing to 3% by 2038, and by 5% by 2042. Is our understanding the existing pipeline can handle that amount of gas without major upgrades? Is that the question you ask, or?
Yes, it is. And when you say those percent, you take heat output.
That would be BTUs. BTUs.
To BTUs.
Versus BC, cubic feet versus volume.
Got it. Now, let me ask this, because when I read about hydrogen and read about the way the molecular structure is, you basically don't have heat output is not as great. I guess that's what it gets down to.
That's
basically, as natural gas would be. So is that taken into account in terms of the way you have modeled it?
Yes, it is. The way that the system uses hydrogen, it uses it on a heat content basis, which corrects for the volumetric differences between the two gases.
So that does get taken into consideration.
It does, yes.
All right. Well, those are kind of the cloudy things that were in the back of my mind, but I think, really you guys provided some very insightful testimony. It took a lot longer than I anticipated, and probably a lot longer than you all anticipated. And in fact, there were times when I was wondering if there might be a penalty imposed for going over projected time limits. But notwithstanding that, I appreciate the input provided by this panel.
I was about to tell you were over your time limit and throw the flag at you. Go ahead.
Go right ahead.
Right. So I just have one question. I think this will go to Mr. Snyder, and it relates to the questions about solar procurement and the discussion about the risks of over procuring in the early years and potentially under procuring by 2030. And we had testimony that there would be for Portfolio 1 about 2,300 megawatts that would be added by 2029, and then lesser amounts for Portfolios 2, 3, and 4. And the assumption is that would be feasible because the red zone upgrades would be completed, I believe, by 2026. But can you just explain what the execution risks or the executability risk would be for potentially under procuring and then not being able to bring on enough solar in that year? I mean, I think we have supply chain issues, but what are some of the other risks that Duke is concerned about if you do not procure a significant amount in the early years of the going forward, and essentially wait toward 28, 29, and 30 to be procuring greater megawatts of solar, if that makes sense?
Yeah, and I think, what we spoke about is it's trying to balance the procurement with your ability to bring it online and get that right? And so the question is, do we believe the risk that you've pointed out would have to come to fruition by saying, we now see ourselves with the ability to interconnect solar, but we just don't have any contracts, right? And nobody, we've got all this transmission, we're ready to bring you on, but we haven't procured it, right? We're in the complete opposite right now, where we have, 6,000 megawatts in the queue of solar with an ability to interconnect far less than that, in a very short amount of time. So the risk of, we don't see that, and I would just point out, and I'm going to let Mr. Kalemba chime in because he's much closer to some of these issues, but the risk that you're outlining, I would say there are some safety valves in that in terms of when we go through these procurements. If we find, hey, as we go through the study process, we can get these on quicker. We get bids far in excess usually of what's cost effective. Some get really expensive, right? And we also look at the interconnection costs associated with accommodating those. So certainly during the execution phase, if it came to fruition that, oh, look, we're studying this and we can get a lot of solar on very efficiently, very cost effectively, again, I think this commission has the ability to build in flex up that says, oh, now we don't see, we see a fundamental change in the transmission market. Let's flex up in our procurements, but it would have to be, we'd have to have good clarity that we could actually bring it online, or you're going to end up with a bunch of contracts that are sitting on the shelf that will either default or will not get the customer won't see the advantage of technology advancements or price declines, because if those happen, even if they do, and even if the developer could get the cheaper technology and the cheaper price equipment, that contract's already been signed. So the customer doesn't see it. You've agreed to that price. So, if you want the customer to see it, you've got to match it, right? And so that's, I think, the flex in our ability to flex in execution. And if the transmission grid gets alleviated, you could overcome that.
Yeah, I think that I guess the short question is that if you alleviate the transmission constraints with essentially the red zone upgrades, then much of that risk you believe would be addressed. Is that a fair
So I think
statement?
the red zone, and again, I see Mr. Kalemba coming to the bit. The red zone's a part of them, right? That is just step one. I think Mr. Roberts continues to remind us to get to these levels, right? Red zone is sort of let's get out of the gate and get going. But that's not the end of the need for some pretty significant transmission work as we move through this. You got the offshore wind, you got additional solar. A lot of this is DEP. There might be some DEC transmission work. Mr. Roberts can speak more to that on the transmission panel. But the red zones are certainly critical to get this first 3,100 and as quick as we can get them on. But there's going to be additional transmission work beyond the red zone to get to these ultimate numbers that we're putting in the plan.
That answers my question. Thank you.
All right, I've got a few questions for y'all, and Mr. Snyder, I'm gonna ask you to repeat yourself. I'm in following up on a question that Commissioner Kim Wright just asked. The risk of over procurement. I just want to make sure I'm entirely clear, because you mentioned that several times during your testimony over the past couple of days, and you just, I think, touched on it with Commissioner Kim Wright. So can you help me understand the specific risk of over procurement?
Yes, so you're
Specifically in the context of,
yeah.
You understand? Okay,
Yep.
go ahead.
I believe I do. And
Yeah.
you go out this year and theoretically we could sign contracts for limitless amount, not limitless. Let's say there's 5,000 megawatts, right? Once I sign contracts for all of it, but if I can't take that 5,000 megawatts and get it on the grid, then those contracts, there's contractual issues if you put on your contractual lens, right? Because you've got deliverability and they're making commitments to panels and EPC contractors that are now not being able to be fulfilled because we can't get them interconnected. So that's one aspect that there's risk is, how do we efficiently contract for this if we don't know when we can get it on? The second, risk that we see is that these projects could go away if we can't guarantee. The financing drops through because you're not bringing them on. Your EPC contractor drops out. So now you're losing those, and you might be losing your low cost ones. And so now the customer has to go to the next one on the list. And what we've seen here, just, probably the most vivid one for me is just the 6 years I've been doing, this is 2014, 2013, there was almost no solar in the state, right? And look at where we've come from just the technology and the cost. That early solar was 50% more cost per megawatt hour than what we're getting today. No one was talking at that time about single axis tracking. It was far too expensive. It's going to be a while. Then single axis tracking comes, and now bifacial, and now over paneling to accommodate storage, right? So this technology, if it continues to improve and you over procure today, they're going to lock into a technology that, even though they have to wait 6 years to be put on, had I procured it 2 or 3 years later, they could have potentially got a better technology and with supply chains alleviated and at lower prices. And so you're procuring in today's environment at today's prices with today's technologies, which if you could bring it on tomorrow and you needed it tomorrow is great. But if you can wait to bring it on, or you have to wait because of transmission, you will get a different technology, a different price. It's a little bit like our gas hedging, right? This market changes over time, and systematically buying across time, I've got a vintage of, distribution solar at 1.2 over panel ratio, and I'm going to have a vintage of 1.4 single axis, and then I'm going to have a vintage of bifacial, and then I'm going to have a vintage with storage attached. And so over procuring early, if you can't bring it online, you miss all of that. And not to mention, as you over procure, I think it's going to be important to look at the results of these procurements, because as it was just pointed out, I think by Mr. Josie, or maybe it was, I'm sorry, Nadia, maybe it was you, but as you go higher and higher in the procurement, your average price by default goes up, right? So there is not really one price for solar. There's a range of prices. And so when I go through a procurement, the cost of procuring 2,000, the average cost by mathematical truism is going to be higher than the cost of procuring 1,000, because I've got to go higher in my bid order, and I'm taking the least cost to the most expensive. And so if everybody's real tight, maybe that penalty is not really big. But if that next 1,000 is 20% more expensive than the first 1,000, and you wait a year, maybe there's new projects that come on that are more in line with those cheaper projects by waiting a year. So I didn't procure higher up in my least cost to most expensive cost. I could avoid buying the most expensive and procure it the following year, hopefully at a lower cost. So it's a balancing act. Again, we need to be moving aggressively. These are levels far beyond what we've done historically. So I'm not trying to say in any way we don't need to be very aggressive in our solar procurements. It's just, where is that tipping point? Where is the tipping point where you over procure relative to your ability to bring it on, and you end up paying a cost for that over procurement and a technology that you lock in that was unnecessary because you could have procured it a year or two later at a lower cost or a better technology. So that's the balancing. It's a real, it's a real balancing act, and I don't think there's a perfect answer to it. I know we have various perspectives on it, and I respect those various perspectives provided in this proceeding. And we think that we've struck the sort of the middle ground in that. So sorry if I went longer than you wanted on that, Chair Mitchell.
No, I appreciate the response. I'm just trying to understand what the risks are and how those risks are being mitigated or should be mitigated. So you've helped me understand. All right, I've got a couple of questions of my own, and then I have some questions from commission staff that I'm going to ask you. But I want to be sure that I'm entirely clear on the modeling framework that y'all employed. You address it in depth in the carbon plan, and you've talked about it a lot over the past couple of days, but make sure I understand it correctly. So you begin with the capacity expansion model, and then you move to the production cost model, and both of those happen within the Encompass framework. Is that correct?
They're two separate modules. Encompass, it's really two models within Encompass. Think of it as, we call it CapEx and production cost. So there's two Encompass models. There's capital expansion Encompass, production cost Encompass, within the Encompass umbrella.
Okay, so when you run the capital expansion model, that's where you hardwire in, I'm just going to use my words, hardwire in the carbon reduction targets that you have to achieve, that you're attempting to achieve. Okay. And then when you get to the production cost modeling component, that's when you're able to input what I understand from your testimony, the panel's testimony, to be the real world data, the operational data that you all have developed over time as you've operated the system and as you're familiar with the system dynamics and technology, et cetera. Is that right? Is that a fair understanding?
It's a fair assessment. If you think about it, you're always in these models balancing load with supply. The load and the supply characteristics are represented in CapEx at a much more simplified level. And then in other words, the load is just a representative few days out of the year that get represented over and over again for 365 days. And then when you move to production cost, you have every hour modeled, all 8760, on an hourly weather normal basis. So both are weather normal, but one is a simple 24-day representations that just gets repeated to get to 365. And they're done in a manner that has some distortion in that load shape to do that averaging. And then when you go to production cost on the load side, you have every hour modeled. On the supply side, you take simplifications in the CapEx because you're optimizing there. You're testing lots and lots and lots of portfolios, where in production cost, you're looking at one. So how the units are committed and dispatched, you heard all this discussion that, in our world makes sense. In yours, I had to be thinking we're talking Greek to you about commit and no commit, and but it's how the units operate are greatly simplified in capacity expansion. The details of how they operate, their ramp rates, their min up times, their down times, how you simulate outages to represent outages of these units. Those operational characteristics are much more refined when you move from CapEx or capacity expansion into production costs. So when you look at that balancing, they go from, we have a lot of funnel pictures. You go from sort of high level screening to more detailed. And then there are other models needed to answer detailed questions like reliability that even production cost doesn't answer. So
you're going where I wanted to go. So from the production cost exercise, then you go to additional assessment, including reliability. So you use SERVM for that purpose, correct?
Yeah, the one before we get to the SERVM, we do that validation that was pure economic, what they call that CT battery changeout step. That has nothing to do with reliability at that step. That's just an economic comparison. So we take some of the simplified screening that I just described to you tends to systematically overvalue storage just by the nature of how it's. And so we try not to let that introduce too much bias. So we do this change out that Mr. McMurray just spoke about, and I will try not to repeat it. Then once we've done that and we've got a portfolio we look at on a weather normal basis, we take that portfolio and we say, okay, what if we don't have weather normal conditions now that we have this portfolio? How does it, if I put that one portfolio in a reliability model, which is more of a, instead of looking out 28 years, it's taking a single year and it's 2030 or 2035, and it's saying, how would this portfolio perform under thousands of iterations of load variability and outage variability? And load forecast error, which in the 20 study we didn't have, but we may have to re-examine that given the environment we're in. But can it meet that industry standard one event in 10-year standard that we use to set a reserve margin? Can it do that? And it needs to maintain system reliability. And if not, we've got to make sure we add resources from our reliability. So early on, it's economics. And then at the end, you've got to do this final check. And we're seeing this becoming more prevalent in the industry. More and more people are talking about how do we ensure reliability? And so we do this check at the end to say, let's put this all back in serve-em and make sure that from a statistical perspective, when you have non-weather normal conditions, that you can still reliably meet load.
And I assume, so do you run serve-em for non-weather normal conditions, both summer non-weather normal and winter non-weather normal?
It looks at all 8760 hours.
Okay,
And
I got
it
it.
does that for 41 different weather years. It simulates what
Okay.
the load would be under those 41 weather years. And I think it's 50 different outage draws. You look at your performance of your units over history and you say, man, I could have a nuke plant trip offline occasionally, or I can have a coal plant out of service. And so I've got to have enough reserves for that. And you look at how those have performed historically. And then as I spoke about, the other big one is, you have to, in this case, to simplify that neighbor reliance, and we'll get to this more in rebuttal, but we held that neighbor reliance constant, and we just did a check against our own reliability, and we assumed that 2,000 megawatts of neighbor assistance ish, that 6% that we get in the reserve margin stays constant. So we did that reliability check. We didn't re-optimize the whole system every time. That would have been too computationally intensive for us to get across the finish line here. But that is an issue that I raised earlier that I think we're going to need to adjust and look at as we go into 24.
Okay, so prior to the company's use of Encompass, my recollection is the companies were using, was it System Optimizer and then ProMod or ProSim? I know that y'all use different.
Yep.
That's correct.
And then Serve-M, was that the framework of old?
Yeah, we had serve-em across both capacity expansion and production costs have changed. Serve-em has been constant as our reliability tool for, I think, 7 or 8 years now.
Okay, so just talk very briefly about, so now that we are doing the production or the CapEx and the production cost modeling within Encompass, and I understand that it's really 2 different modules or you're running 2 different models, but within the Encompass framework, is there any, I mean, what benefit has that provided to you all in terms of your ability to analyze or I mean, what are the benefits gained by performing both of these functions in Encompass?
Yeah, there's certainly, and I'm going to let Mr. McMurray or Mr. Quinto, I'm giving you the high level answer, and these are the guys that are actually cutting the wood. I just supervise the cutting of the wood. But it's the same. So the passing of data back and forth. So it's set up in a manner that it's more efficient to move data from CapEx to production cost. So the architecture is greatly simplified in that manner. Encompass, one of the reasons, and Mr. McMurray did a lot of benchmark testing, looking at different models before we went to Encompass. There's only a handful, there's not dozens and dozens. There's literally, count on one hand the number of models that do this in the industry. This is a very efficient model. It's very cost effective. So it does allow more intervening parties to be able to acquire the model. And I think more people are going to be coming up to speed on the model, including ourselves, collectively as we move through time, and it will enhance over time. So that is one of the benefits. But again, I can't stress enough, they're just models. I mean, and I like to say it this way, they're absolutely essential, but they're not sufficient. You can't just, I know everybody would like to have a model that solved everything where you just hit go, the model, produces a result. That's just not, there's no industry that does that, has a model that says, this is how I need to go forward. So it's a good model, it's informative, it's essential to have as part of this, but there is need to, have, and you'll hear panels after us, real world operational considerations. How do you build those into the model? There's different techniques to how to build the real world constraints into the model. So it's a good model. We think it's an efficient model. And it's just a model that will evolve over time. But there's never going to be a model that you can just take the results straight out of and say, that's, you know, that's how it's going to work. You have to look at it and have your system operators, your transmission planners say, you know, does it reflect how I actually run the system? And if you hand me what's out of this model, me, the person sitting at the control center or running a plant, can I operate that? And that's an absolutely necessary check that we have to always ask ourselves.
Chair Mitchell, if I could just add real briefly, it's one of the advantages of that Encompass has versus the previous versions is they can solve to meet a mass cap that in System Optimizer, we could not evaluate the HB 951 with that model like we can today. And last, I'll say, if you have an interest in the model, we presented to the public staff. I'd have to check the date in 2020, and it's a publicly available document that showed you the benefits of going to Encompass as compared to some of the other tests that we had. So that is document, and we can provide that.
Pretty concise document too.
Right.
Okay. I won't request it as a late filed exhibit at this time, but I appreciate your letting me know it's out there. Okay, well, I'm going to ask one more question for you, Mr. Snyder, then we're going to go to lunch, and then we'll come back on. We're going to go to lunch for about an hour. We'll come back on, and we need to end today at 2:45. I'm just reminding all of you guys. I'm looking at page 107 of the direct testimony, and there's table 7, which identifies winter planning reserve margins for several of the regional operating companies. Help me understand why does Georgia Power have a winter planning reserve margin of 26%? And why the TVA 25%? Why LG&E 26%? And why are they that high?
Yeah, you know, we're seeing this in a lot of the Southeast region. And it's relative to again, if you think about there's many factors, but it's how does your load, first of all, respond to cold winter weather? And then what set of resources do you have to serve that load, right? And so it's different for each, and also how much can you rely on each of your neighbors, right? So how much interdependence do you want to assume in those? And what we've seen is as we've transitioned, as we move more of our heating and cooling load from gas to electric, and as you add more solar to the system, which again, that first tranche of solar had a lot of value for the summer, but now as you move forward and load grows, your needs become in hours where you don't have solar. And so in the winter, you're peaking in dark hours. In the summer, you're peaking in daylight hours, right? So as you have a lot of solar on the system, you start to move away from your reserve margin being a summer-oriented constraint to now, how do I serve hours when it's dark? And so and then if I have storage, that helps and it's good because I can move that daylight hour to the dark, but it's energy limited. So when you do these servo models, it takes into account the fact that there's energy limits on how much storage you have. But I think what's happening is part of the transition where you add more and more solar to these systems. All these systems, just in the last 5 years, we were sort of, like I said, I think we were the first ones in the Southeast. When I went to one of our conferences, I remember my peers being a little bit surprised that we were saying we're going winter planning back in 2015. And then quickly in the subsequent years, hey, we're seeing what you told us last year. And more of our peers sort of have moved to this winter planning as a result of, in my mind, 2 big factors: solar coming into play and helping, good thing, helping with summer, but shifting reliability risk to the winter now. And this energy transition of the heating and cooling load. Again, the Southeast is growing more and more electric. Heat pumps make more sense than it does in a lot of other regions. So it's easier to convert from gas to heat pumps. And that puts more electric winter load that occurs. And again, you have short days in the winter, so both your evening peak and your morning peak are in nighttime hours or non-daylight hours, and that just puts more pressure on those winter reserves. And so we're just seeing that. And quite frankly, when I say, you know, they may be taking a more conservative approach on how much they can lean on their neighbors. And so that's one of the things we're going to want to look really hard at in 24 is, are we being, I know others say we should lean more on the neighbors, and, you know, I get the value of diversity, but that's got to be there. In other words, they've got to have that, you know, you got to have some statistical confidence that they're going to have that generation. So I think those are some of the reasons.
Okay. Oh, and one last question. I'm going to let us go to lunch. I promise. But the leaning on your neighbors, how often are the Duke systems leaned on by our neighbors, especially to the south?
Yeah, I think it was, Mr. Roberts or Mr. Peeler can certainly correct me. It was either the 14 or the 15 vortex where they were leaning on us, and then we had to, it's non-firm. So our load continued to skyrocket, and we had to say, I'm sorry, we need that generation back for our native retail customers. And, you know, and they had that happen at the same time. They had some other issues on their system with their plants. And so they had to resort to an orderly load shed for a period of time to keep stability of the grid. And so there have been periods where they've leaned on us, and there's periods where we've leaned on them. But it's always contingent. You're always subordinate to the native retail load, right? And so the question is, how much of that, what we call non-firm subordinate energy during these peak periods, should we be relying on statistically? Because there's statistically variation in weather and load and outages. So being part of CERC and an interconnected system certainly has benefits. But how much you should rely on those is changing as everybody starts to look more alike. In the, you know, 10, 15 years ago, we were coal, they were gas, for example, right? We were 50% nuclear, 50% coal. PJM was all gas. Now we're gas and renewables, they're gas and renewables. They're closing what coal they had, we're closing what coal we have, and we're starting to become more homogeneous. And so some of that diversity is going away. And then so that's where you have to do these studies and say, do I have the right level of interdependence on my neighbor? And that's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on as we move through these planning cycles, and one that we're, you know, as I answered earlier, likely to need to redo in 24.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the response. With that, we'll break for lunch. We'll be back in the room at 1:25, and so we're off the record now. Thanks. Let's go back on the record. Still with me. Got some questions for y'all. And I'd like to be quick here so we can hopefully get through the panel today. All right. Questions from commission staff here. All right, Mr. Schneider, page 134 of your testimony. It might be helpful for you to go there. 134, line 6. You use the term or the word metrics. And you say since metrics are used for portfolio comparison and SLR is included in all portfolios, et cetera, et cetera. Help us just clarify what you mean by metrics there. To what metrics do you refer?
Yeah, just 1 second. I'll do a quick
Okay,
review.
sorry to get ahead of you there.
I'll give you a quick response, Chair Mitchell, and then I'd have to look at this in a broader context and give it a little more thought. But I think we're talking about comparative metrics across portfolios in terms of what comparative metrics you use when you compare portfolios, PBRR, bill impacts. And I think if I'm reading this question and I need to read it in a broader context, maybe you can ask me on rebuttal if,
Okay.
But I think we're talking about SLRs are in all portfolios such that, that's not impacting any of the metrics for comparing portfolios because it's constant across all and it's foundational. Subsequent license renewals are foundational to the carbon plan. And so just continuing to look at those metrics relative to each other. With the SLR is not going to impact any metrics of comparison because it's constant across portfolios.
Okay. All right. Okay. Ramping. So there is significant testimony and discussion regarding sort of increased ramping, system needs associated with the increased ramping that Duke anticipates or is experiencing and anticipates experiencing as we add additional resources to the system. Can you help us understand why the companies selected the F-frame CTs in light of the expected increase in ramping?
I'm going to turn to my panelists if I get this wrong, but it's the CTs we're looking at are actually the advanced frame.
Okay.
CTs, not the F, but
Okay.
the GH frames. And they do have a pretty impressive ramp rates compared to older vintage turbines.
Okay, so my question, so we're not looking at F-frames, we're looking at is it GH?
Yeah, I
Okay.
use them interchangeably, depends on the vendor, but yes, the
Okay.
advanced, let's just say advanced frame above F, yeah, the
Okay.
next generation.
Got it,
Bigger
okay.
turbines, faster ramp is
Anything?
what's being used in the model.
I agree. Yes, and the public staff and portfolios 5 and 6 asked us to evaluate Fs and Js, and the analysis is very close. And when it comes to ramping, the advanced class definitely have a matchup.
Okay, so when you say advanced, you mean subsequent to F, so
That's
that's
correct.
GH.
GH. Yeah.
Higher in the alphabet
Got
soup
it.
is bigger.
Okay, I'm with you now. Got it. Okay. Can you help us understand how y'all modeled the costs related to what you anticipate to be increased cycling of the gas units? How did that impact?
So each, and again, I'm trying to be quick and defer to my modeling team if I say something incorrect. Each unit has a start cost associated with it. And so, as you start more, you incur more start costs. You have to start, if you're turning units on and off right now, our combined cycles may only start 10 times a year, and they start and they run a long time, then they're off for maintenance, then they start again, run a long time. You have to start those on and off, and there's a cost associated with that. That start cost is reflected in the model, and variable O&M is reflected in the model. So to the extent you're starting them more, the economics of that will be reflective. And I think the question that we may have said is that we'll have to keep an eye on that over time, right? Because we don't have operational experience of starting them on and off every day. And so those start costs are going to change over time, but we do reflect that in the model.
Okay, thank you. You've talked some about this. I just want to make sure I'm clear. The dynamic dispatch versus the fixed dispatch. And my first question is economic dispatch, when you all use the term economic dispatch, is that synonymous with dynamic dispatch?
It's very similar. Yeah,
Okay.
you're dispatching based on an economic signal
Okay.
rather than a fixed profile.
Okay. So, and you've explained to us that when you go to the dynamic dispatch, the model bogs down, or it can take hours and days longer to get to the outcome than with the fixed dispatch approach. So do you anticipate the models continuing to evolve or continuing to be refined to such that it becomes practical for you all to utilize a dynamic dispatch?
Yes, I think the models will evolve, and that's one aspect of batteries. I've spent a fair amount of time with you, that battery optimization, being new to the industry, that's one area for sure, and probably several other aspects of doing economic valuations of batteries will evolve in the coming years as that technology becomes more mainstay in the industry.
In the conversations y'all have had with the company that is producing the model, is that are you satisfied that we're moving in that direction, that it is going to become practical for you all to utilize dynamic dispatch?
So we meet on a regular basis, on a biweekly basis with Anchor Power. This has been on the topic.
Okay.
In a subsequent version, the near-term version, the answer is yes.
Okay.
But
That's all I need to know. That's what I need to know. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. The page 72 of the testimony, you can go there if you need to, but you don't need to. Indicate that Duke will be working with stakeholders to assess potential commercial contract terms and conditions for associated with solar plus storage assets. Just give me an update of where you all are there.
So Witness Farber can certainly answer that, but we're going to need to start fairly quick on that because we need to do that before the 2023 solar procurement kicks off. So Witness Farber, I think, has the timeline that she's that we should all be working under, I think.
Okay. And the company, obviously the company has been in discussions with solar developers for some years regarding the storage retrofit or solar plus storage assets. So are you all starting sort of at the beginning here, or is this a conversation that's been ongoing for some time? I'm just trying to gauge how far off you all are from being able to get to a place where you can get these assets under contract and they'll be developed.
I'm not familiar with I'm not involved with those conversations, but I think Witness Farber would be appropriate.
Yeah, I just know, it is important. 951 calls for contracted assets to have the same operability and characteristics of utility owned. And that's, again, with a nascent technology, it sounds easy. It's a great line in the legislation, but Ms. Farber can tell you about maybe, we need to be working hard with the industry and come up with those. I'm not saying it's not doable, but that is what we're striving for, is to replicate that same flexibility that we have with utility owned or PPA'd, and have the same operational characteristics either way for the people that are actually operating the grid.
Okay. Okay, a few questions related to 2022 solar procurement. You all have already touched on this some in the conversation today. Does the company agree that the company's ability to meet the carbon reduction targets and set forth in 951 is indifferent to whether solar capacity is procured pursuant to 951 or 589?
Yeah, I would say,
Okay.
we need them both. They're both in the plan.
Okay. Do you agree that ratepayers will benefit from below avoided cost or below solar generation, irrespective of whether it's procured through 589 or 951?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any element of the 2022 procurement that makes 589 capacity more cost effective for ratepayers when compared to 951?
I'll give my quick answer and defer to Mr. Columba, Ms. Farber, but you're bringing them together in one procurement. So to the extent it maybe let you look at the transmission differently, I don't know. I think how it supports red zone. I'm really gonna defer that to Ms. Farber,
Okay.
Ms. Roberts.
Okay. Any reason to think that the bid refresh element of the 2022 procurement will result in lower, more competitive pricing if capacity were procured under 589?
Well, again, I think this is a very interesting point, which is you've got the IRA now, right? So, hopefully these refresh bids take into account the fact that, 589, when they originally bid them, they weren't eligible for a law that didn't exist, and now they are. And we talked about that's one of the benefits of, as time progresses, things happen, and maybe you get some things that break the way of the customer. And in this case, the IRA hopefully will provide some bid. We'll see when we get the bid refreshes, but I would think hopefully we do see that benefit for consumers in the bid refresh process.
Okay. All right. One last final question for you all. In previous or sort of prior planning paradigms, I mean, I guess we still have the IRP planning paradigm. The companies asked or directed to look out 15 years. In this context, in this proceeding, the company has had to look out 28 years. I want to know how comfortable you gentlemen are, the modelers and sort of the long-term planners are going out 28 years versus 15 years.
I think, we reference it several times in the plan. We sort of look at it in three buckets: near term, interim term, long term. And in the plan, we talk about, near term is focused on execution, and you do sensitivities, say, is this sort of an executable plan that works under, sensitivities and scenarios. As you get more towards the interim and long term, in that near term plan, you're focusing on what do I need to do? What are the enablers to make that happen? As you transition to the longer term and you see, oh, we've got this many CTs projected, for example, in 2040. Well, we're going to, long before we need to construct those CTs and determine whether they're hydrogen capable or not, there may be other technologies that come to fruition. So what we say there is when you look towards the longer end of the plan, instead of enablers for execution, you start to look for signposts. Hey, how is carbon evolving? What's policy doing? How are pilots going? You follow these signposts. Are offset markets emerging? Is there new policy development that changes your long range vision? And so, I think following those signposts and not putting too much emphasis on assets that are being built in the late 30s or in the 40s that you have time to check and adjust on, is probably the way we view it. And then you're looking more succinctly when you look at the near-term action plan to these are the 5 things I need to do to enable this part of my near-term action plan. So you move from enablers to these signposts, and you have a little bit of a different paradigm, and you put a little bit different weight on resources deep in the plan than you do in the next 10 years.
Mr. Columba.
Well, from my perspective, I agree with what Mr. Snyder said, but as a forecaster, the one area that obviously is around electrification. And I think, through 2030, the range that we could be wrong on that is fairly narrow. I mean, if we double our forecast that we have in the carbon plan now, and then it has a fairly small impact on resource needs. But as you go out past 2030, that's when I think you start to see the gap widen, or the level of risk widen, that you might not be hitting it right. But to Mr. Snyder's point, we update these forecasts at least annually for the IRPs. So we're going to be following those signposts to make sure that we're capturing it right. And one thing that really quick that we have done already is we start to include medium duty and heavy duty electrification. So like your fleet vehicles and your long haul trucking, those are included, and those have a very big impact. And that's something we're just going to have to keep an eye on how those things progress.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with the testimony of my fellow panelists. Looking at resources long term, I think that the key there is these are placeholders. Technology is going to develop in different ways, and we're going to continue to monitor the risks and developments and look for those signposts to achieve the 50% goal, and knowing the near-term actions are the ones that we know we absolutely need, and the rest we're continuing to monitor along the way.
And Mr. Quinto pulled up 4.1 on page 3 of chapter 4, just for the record, if staff would like to. That's a section that sort of outlines what we're saying here quickly with a little bit more detail about these guideposts and versus just the sort of near-term needs enablers. So chapter 4, page 3 for staff's reference.
Just someone that's followed a lot of R&D for a lot of my career, I find it fascinating looking at all the different options of how we could, where we could be in the 2040 and 2050 timeframe. And some examples of that, of what we presented in our carbon plan, was the potential of self-supplying hydrogen. Will that come to fruition? But I just thought it was an interesting exercise as you looked at the excess energy you might have on your system, how that could help if you could not depend on the market from having a hydrogen resource, you could self-supply it. Does that come to fruition? It's so interesting to look at all the different options that you can go on long term. And just like Mr. Columbus said, we're looking at a lot of different electrification options. I mean, if you think the build out is very quick now, it could accelerate greatly in the 2030 to 40 timeframe. That's all.
All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen. I'll see if one last call for commissioners' questions. All right. Take questions on commissioners' questions. We'll start with the interveners and we'll proceed to Duke.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Force with the Attorney General's Office. Also, I go by Peggy for the record. So you have it both ways in the record now. I have just a few questions, mostly on Commissioner Clodfelter's questions. First, there was a question about onshore wind, and I just wanted to ask, it looks to me like you talked about North Carolina wind and offshore wind, onshore and offshore, or Carolinas wind, and I'm wondering whether in the modeling you did an assessment of imports of wind.
Yeah, I'll take a quick shot and shouldn't let Mr. Quinto. I think he's briefer than I am. Yes, we did. And we looked at it as inclusive of the transmission cost to wheel it in and the cost to acquire. You have to acquire the wind and then you have to wheel it in, and it did not get selected in the model. So we allowed it the opportunity and it did not get selected.
And when he says selected, not selected within the near-term action plan, it's generally selected later in time with more carbon reductions that are needed. But the cost and the transmission to do so, and might be a good topic for Mr. Roberts to expand on, is importing. There's significant transmission considerations for that build out as well. But it was selectable at the same time frame as the Carolinas onshore wind. That wind just happened to be more cost effective for the plan.
Okay, thank you. And in response to a question from Commissioner Clodfelter, I think I remember a comment that other parties did not, that other parties ran a no gas portfolio, but you didn't. And I'm wondering if you could identify who it was that ran a no gas portfolio when they modeled.
Yeah, I think
I'll tell you, I
Might have
didn't
been the-
see one, so I'll let you answer that.
The Synapse portfolio had no new CTs or CCs in theirs.
They did allow, my understanding is the Synapse modeling did allow for the gas, but changing the cost assumptions, it did not select the gas in that time frame, which is a disagreement on assumptions on our part. But to my understanding, gas was allowable in that portfolio. I believe the tech customers modeling did restrict gas as well in the modeling that was performed.
Again, and when you say restricted gas, I guess I could go back to the wind example. They used different assumptions that didn't cause it to come up in their model the way it did in yours. Is it sort of in both cases that there were different assumptions involved? But they didn't exclude it, right?
To my knowledge, they didn't exclude CTs. I'll have to check and
No, the tech customers is my understanding, and so their witnesses will be on, so they can correct me if I'm wrong. This is subject to memory, but as I understand it, they removed the combined cycle as an option in their port. They didn't allow it to be economically selected in their analysis on the combined cycle. And if I'm misspoken on that, and it just was not selected based on their inputs, they can correct me. But it's my understanding that they did not allow it to be a selectable resource in the final CapEx run.
Okay, I'll let them address that later. And I have a question, and hopefully I won't get in over my head, but this has to do with the that same battery CT optimization. And help me walk through it one more time. As I understand it, you talked about several stages, the first being capacity expansion, well, and two within Encompass. The first was capacity expansion for modeling purposes and then production cost modeling. And there's a question about whether there are out-of-model steps, but it wasn't in the production cost step that you addressed the change out of CTs for batteries, right? Wasn't that sort of an out-of-model evaluation that you ran several times and then put it into the next phase for production cost purposes?
No, it was a simple test. You just say, here's the amount of batteries coming out of capacity expansion. Then you take a subset of those batteries and you say, if I replace them with CT, and instead of using a screening model, I use a detail model, do the economics that the simple model had get supported when I use a more sophisticated tool? And if the economics were supported, you leave the CTs in, or batteries in, and if the economics support replacing, you do. And that's what we did. So both steps are Encompass capacity expansion, Encompass production costs. This one's a more detailed model.
For clarity, it's three runs. There's a capacity expansion run, which establishes the resources selected. We take that exact expansion plan, put that in the detailed production cost model within Encompass, and then we replace a portion of those batteries that were selected with CTs and compare the delta in production costs and delta in capital costs to see what plan is more cost effective.
Okay, and so did you then go back to the initial stage and run the capacity expansion model, running it with the CTs instead to see how that affected the other assets that were selected or resources that were selected?
No, it's not put back through the capacity expansion model. That step's not necessary. It's already selected the majority of resources, and the CT battery optimization are really these last resources that are needed for the portfolio to verify the simplifications that are done.
So
Go ahead.
It wouldn't have any impact then perhaps on the year of retirement for coal units?
Chair Mitchell, before we go any farther, I think Commissioner Clodfelter specifically said he didn't want to re-unpack all of battery CT optimization. So it seems like we're getting pretty far afield in terms of the questions that Commissioner Clodfelter had. So
Well, I'm gonna allow Ms. Forrest to continue with her questions as long as they're pertaining to questions that Commissioner Gladfelter asked.
I think so. It was a little bit confusing to me on a couple of points, and I'm trying to clarify those.
All right, well, please move ahead.
So we didn't think going backwards from the more detailed and now going back to the screening model. Again, you could end up in sort of this iterative loop. You have to draw a line at how much analysis you want to do. So while theoretically you could have done that, the first, as Mr. McMurray talked about, it's just that first tranche of batteries. It's not all your batteries. So it's a limited change to your portfolio. That first tranche of batteries has a very high, what we call effective load carrying capability. So they have the same not the same, but close reliability. So you wouldn't have expected the extra reliability you get from the CTs to now say, oh, I can now retire a coal plant because the batteries could have provided this. This was just an economic step in the process, and you use the more detailed on the economic step. So no, we didn't. I see the theoretical argument there, but those theoretical arguments literally have no end. You could optimize and re-optimize and relook at this, into infinitesimal, and we didn't think, as one of my lawyers used to say, the juice was worth the squeeze on that one.
Okay, thank you. And another question has to do with the choice of, I think you said that part of the reason for doing the switch out was because of the load profile being simple in the initial run, the CapEx run that you did. Wouldn't you also be able to go in and modify that load profile somewhat so that you would get the benefit of running that full choice of selections in the CapEx model by tweaking the load profile and addressing this and still having all of the options available?
Yeah, there are different ways to set up those simplified load profiles. There are parameters in the model to do it, but at the end of the day, you're still having to do a simplification. So you're still averaging 365 days down to 24, and all the hourly granularity, no matter how you slice it, no matter if you're holding the peak and the min and the energy constant, there are different ways to do that, but you still distort the load shape to have a greater peak to min gap, and that's what drives battery value, is the distance between the peak and the min. There's not a way that I'm aware of to not exacerbate that peak to min gap that then tends to value batteries more. And so you have another model sitting right next to you that does all 8760. So you can keep tweaking this, and there are improvements. We've said we're going to look for different ways to specify that to lessen that bias over time, and working with the vendor and public staff and others that run Encompass that have ideas on how to do that. We're happy to do it, but at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is it's going to be a simplified model going to a more detailed model. And as you go towards near-term investments, you want to make sure you're using the most detailed model you can for those near-term.
Just one more question, and this is skipping ahead. I think there was another question from Commissioner Clodfelter about the portfolios 2, 3, and 4 and the delay in compliance with the 70% reduction in CO2. And I think there was a statement that there's more carbon-free cumulative result from portfolio 1 than those. Isn't it also true that the other portfolios never achieve more annual emissions reductions until the late 2040s?
Yeah, I think, it's, as we said, it's that we looked at that portion and said, yes, you will get more carbon reduction. But we think my interpretation of the statute is that was specifically speaking to, is it in the interest of customers to allow more time to pursue wind of all sorts, onshore and offshore, is in the statute, as well as nuclear is do you get a more meaningful contribution from those resources, not in aggregate, but does the deferral to allow those resources, is that prudent and in the interest of the using and consuming public relative to a more expedited adoption of the goal, where the legislature understood, given the timeline, that you have limits on any wind or nuclear that you may be able to get in by 30. So when you're balancing affordability, reliability, executability, along with, our trajectory, that that is one of the balancing considerations you can give within the law to say, look at those two resources and see if adding more time to allow more of them to come online is in the interest of the consumer when you consider the affordability and reliability as well as executability risk of going earlier. And again, they're trade-offs. There's no simple way of getting around it.
I would note on that following up with Glenn is most of that, post 2030 on P1 and post 34 for P3 and 4. That's what we input to the model. We took a straight, we didn't want to try to guess one technology versus another. We took a straight line from 70% reduction to 0 by 2050 from P1 starting at 30 in a mass cap. Every year it had to hit that target. And the other ones, they were subsequent a little bit later. And just that's how the model was set up. Is that how it's going to play out? I mean, is P1 going to take a pause for a few years and for another technology? I mean, they could intermingle certainly by the 40 time frame. So I just part of the difference you see in that graph, that I forget what graph number was.
I can tell you, I think if you refer to figure E16 in Appendix E, page 79.
Is that correct?
It's also figure 6 in our direct testimony on page 45.
Okay. Regardless, but a lot of that is how the model was set up. It was set up to hit a mass cap every year on a straight line trajectory from the compliance year to 0 by 2050. It's not like we could have set the model up different.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Chair Mitchell, are we going in alpha order or?
Yes, that's the idea.
John Burns for CCBA. Just to the point that you were just addressing, Mr. McMurray, about the P1 versus 2, 3, and 4, that's because of the way the model was set up. Could you clarify that just a little bit for me, please?
I'll take a shot.
Okay.
The capacity expansion model is required to hit a mass cap in every year. I think we started in 25 to do a orderly transition to our 70% goal, whether that's in 30, 32, or 34. And then there's also a straight line annual mass cap in every year from the 2030 or from the interim compliance date to the 2050. So if for some reason we wanted to design that mass cap differently and make them comply, give P1 a break to catch up and have more time to transition, those lines could have looked differently.
So if I interpret that or understand that correctly, that would mean that P1 through P4, as you revisit and remodel and adjust your model going forward, those numbers could change, those rates of decrease could change, and the technology in each of those plans might change. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that the technology certainly out past the interim can change and how you meet it. But I want to, it's an important point. We didn't really touch it up until this point, is the law calls out just 2 points in time, interim target and 2050. We could have set the model up to say, do nothing until no constraints, do nothing till 29, build a lot of carbon-free resources, then do nothing again until 49, build a bunch more carbon-free resources, and voila, you meet the law. We knew that that is not executable orderly transition. So we had to say, how are we going to model this in a way where you get the orderly transition Mr. Quinto spoke about? So we said, when these first resources can come online is probably in the 25, 26. So let's have a decline from wherever we are to that 70%, whether it's 30, 32, or 34. And then from there, let's not assume we're just going to stay flat, even though the law allows you to stay flat until 50. Let's have an orderly transition and take carbon out of the system on a straight line basis to net zero by 50. And the model was solving to that. So the reason P1 is consistently lower is you've got to, you draw the line from P1 to 0, and you have a starting point that's higher in the other portfolios. It's forcing you to put in more carbon-free resources, even though the law doesn't call for it. It's how we set up an orderly transition, what we call an orderly transition, not just looking at the law as 2 points in time, but saying we've got to reduce from sort of today to that interim target, and then from that interim target to 0. Let's do that by taking carbon out of the system sequentially each year, so we don't get some modeling result that this commission would say, well, that doesn't sound very executable, or you just wait until 2048 and do all your carbon-free work then. We didn't think that's what the legislature intended. You want to be transitioning across time, taking advantage of different technologies as they come into play.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. I guess my question, based upon your earlier response, was directed at whether there's anything ironclad in the way the technologies come online predicted in P2, P3, P4, 5, and 6. It can change based upon the description you just gave us, right? I mean, you're trying to be flexible to accommodate.
Yeah, I think setting up that mass cap, it was 25 to either 30, 32, or 34 to draw that line. And the technologies were free to choose within those different end dates. And so you do have flexibility in which technologies, and the longer the end dates, the more technologies you have. And then the same thing down. So yeah, there's flexibility, but I wanted to be clear that that line, that straight line, was from the mid part of this decade to either 30, 32, or 34, and then you optimize technologies under that.
And that kind of fits in with Ms. Bowman and I believe your earlier statement that we're trying to get really the approval of the near-term execution plan, and then we can revisit the longer term in later years.
I will agree with you there, Mr. Burks.
On the issue of, and I forget which commissioner asked the question, but you were asked to address the status of current solar plus storage contracting language or PPAs. Was that you, Mr. Columba, or I can't recall?
Yeah, I think it was me.
I'm first time back on the microphone. I am immediately going to disobey the chairwoman's earlier instructions because I do not have this particular thing printed out because I just heard your answer. But if I represent to you that in response to CPSA request number 3-10, CPSA asked Duke Energy the status of the SPS contract structures, and Duke Energy responded, and I'm happy to bring my computer over and show you.
Okay.
There was an objection to attorney work product, which I want to make sure I mention, but it says the companies have not developed alternative contract structures that would enable the flexibility and operational control of the SPS resource as modeled in the carbon plan. Is that consistent with your answer?
I believe that was consistent with my answer.
I believe you signed off on the response.
Mhm.
Okay. The flexibility and operational control of SPS that you're referring to is to
Chair Mitchell, I'm sorry.
I'm
We're
sorry.
getting very far afield from the specific question, which Mr. Columba deferred to Ms. Farver, who's a future witness on a different panel.
I can ask Ms. Farver. That's fine.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank
you. I will follow up on that later. And if you'll give me just a second, look at my notes and I may be done. I'll close. I'll let others ask you questions so we can move this on. Thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Christina Kress for Cbre. Just got a couple questions for you. Mr. Quinto, this is intended to be just a very straightforward yes or no question. I believe you testified in response to a question from Commissioner Clodfelter that the transmission cost adder in the carbon plan was updated to reflect transmission upgrade costs. Did I hear that correctly?
It wasn't updated. The transmission costs, the transmission proxy costs that are used in the selection of resources is generally representative of the red zone expansion projects. And Mr. Roberts can more fully testify to how those were developed and what those reflect.
Okay. Chair Mitchell, if I may, I'd like to introduce an exhibit that I would propose to be marked as Cbre 2 and 3, modeling panel direct cross exhibit number 2.
Chair Mitchell, if I may, can you give a little more context to how it specifically relates?
It is Duke's response to public staff data request number 5-13, which calls into question the prior testimony given in response to a question by Commissioner Clodfelter.
So I'm just observing that this is some signed by Mr. Roberts, who will be hopefully on early next week. And so it seems more appropriate for him to address this data request, which I'm not even sure is specifically germane to the question that the commission asked. So if
And I'm happy to address questions on cross to Mr. Roberts as well, but since Mr. Quinto answered a question related to whether these costs were incorporated in the carbon plan, it is in fact germane.
whether trans.
All right, let me just in the interest, I'm going to allow it.
Sure.
Recognizing that this is a data request response that's been prepared and provided by Mr. Roberts. But go ahead and ask your question. But before you do so, let's mark the document as Cbre modeling panel direct. Commissioner questions. Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Mr. Quinto, is the response to this data request consistent with the testimony you previously provided in response to Commissioner Clodfelter's question?
I don't have the background or context to respond to how Mr. Roberts, what he's discussing in terms of this figure on the page and what that represents relative to what was reflected in the carbon plan.
Okay. Well, hopefully I have the transcript back by then, and I will hold further questions on this issue for your colleague, Mr. Roberts. So thank you for that. Mr. Snyder, you were asked by Chair Mitchell whether there is a difference for ratepayers between 589 solar and 951 solar. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Not sure it was phrased exactly like that, but I recall us talking about the difference between 589 and 951.
Would you agree that a key difference between 589 and 951 is the 55-45% ownership split of new solar generation resources?
I think I was referring more to the avoided cost cap in 589 that does not exist in 951, but I will not dispute contention that there is also an ownership difference that is different in 951 than 589. So both of those are differences between the two pieces of legislation, and I will agree with those two differences in the legislation.
Is it fair to say that the 55-45% ownership split has implications for cost recovery mechanisms and overall total cost of the resources?
That certainly for the cost recovery mechanisms, the PPA versus rate base are different. And then, yes, they could also potentially impact in either direction the cost based on the ownership, or overall it could go either way. But mechanisms are, as I understand it, and I'm not a rate making expert, PPAs are recovered differently than base rates. So mechanisms are different, yes, and costs could go either way, but yes.
And just to put a finer point on that, PPA costs for new solar generation owned by third parties would be recovered as a pass-through expense in the fuel rider, correct?
Subject to check, that's my understanding.
Whereas if Duke owns the resources, then that would be rate-based and Duke would earn a return, correct?
Yes, instead of the developer earning the return in the PPA, Duke would earn return in the rate base.
Okay, thank you. Now, switching gears, last topic, all 4 portfolios follow the same trajectory to carbon neutrality in 2050, correct?
General trajectory, I think we had disagreement on whether that trajectory was relatively the same or not, but yes, they're all 70%, somewhere between 30 and 34, and they're all net zero by 2050 with some differences along the way.
Is it fair to say that on one side of a scale is carbon reduction and the counterweights on the other side are affordability, reliability, and executability?
I think as a general statement, and again, I think there's a fairly robust discussion in Chapter 3 of those trade-offs. The faster carbon reductions do have trade-offs on the other objectives as we laid out in quite a bit of testimony over the last couple of days and in Chapter 3 of our carbon plan. So yes, that's a fair characterization.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Ben Snowden with Foxtrot Tug for CPSA. Mr. Snyder, I'll follow up on Ms. Kress's last line of questions about CPRE, just to clarify a couple things. And this may be Mr. Kalimba as well, with regard to the company's proposal on CPRE, the universe of projects that's under consideration is just the projects that came in, or the bids that came in the 2022 RFP. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and all those projects, unless they already happen to have interconnection agreements, are in the DICE's study process, correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
Okay, so there's, with respect to like the prospects for interconnection for these projects, there's really no difference between CPRE, well, it makes no difference whether projects would be procured under the CPRE as modified or the HB 591, is that right?
I believe that's correct. Ms. Farber might correct me on that, but I believe that is correct, yes. That
Thank
should be
you.
correct.
And so the company's proposal is, as I understand it, to add 440 megawatts to the PPA side, and then just take the cheapest 440 megawatts or so of PPA bids and call those CPRE projects, essentially. Is that in a very dumbed down fashion, is that right?
Yes, subject to the 25-year avoided cost cap that I believe will still need to be calculated.
Understood. So if there were not projects under the avoided cost cap that were sufficient to make up that 440 megawatts, Duke's CPRE obligation as it proposes would just be discharged even if it couldn't get those that full amount of projects. Is that right?
That's right. My understanding is that we're to make one final CPRE procurement if we were unable to meet the requirements of CPRE under the original required timeline.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Snyder, I'd like to move on to you. I'm going to follow up on Commissioner Clodfelter and Commissioner Cbre and Chair Mitchell's questions about, well, actually, this is primarily Chair Mitchell's questions about the risks of over procurement. So one of the risks that you identified is that there may be better technologies, solar technologies that come along that we may be missing out on if we were to delay procurement. Is that right? And I'm not asking you to elaborate on this.
Yeah.
I'm just asking if that's what you said.
Yes,
Okay.
you're over procuring at a less mature technology with the potential to procure later at a better technology.
Okay. And so you mentioned in your testimony a couple of technological advancements that had happened in the recent past, like bifacial modules, single axis tracking. With respect to solar, what are the technological advancements that you're talking about that the commission should wait on?
I'm not saying they should wait. I want to recharacterize the question. We're saying technological advancements are happening, and I would say many of the environmental interveners have pointed to the potential for further. It could be dual axis tracking. It could be panels that are half the size of the current panels, so that instead of taking 8 to 10 acres per 1 megawatt, maybe you could get 2 megawatts on 8 to 10 acres. There's all sorts of new technologies, advancements on the solar front, some more readily available, some maybe longer distance, but that's a risk that you're taking when you procure today's technology, is that tomorrow you have a better technology that you could have gotten because you weren't able to interconnect anyway.
And I'd also add very briefly that, future procurements starting in 2023, as we've discussed, are going to be significantly composed of solar plus storage. And we do know that storage is a very nascent technology in the Carolinas, and it is a rapidly changing technology. So that is an additional consideration as we're thinking about these future procurements.
Mr. Kalimba, where in the carbon plan are these technological advancements discussed?
I'm not sure if we discussed those in Appendix K in the storage.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm talking specifically about solar at this point, because we're talking about solar procurements. I understand that it is an open question. Certainly, CPSA has recommended that future solar procurements also have paired storage, but I want to talk about solar specifically. Would you all disagree that there are no technological advancements with respect to solar that are discussed anywhere in the carbon plan?
I don't believe there's anything discussed in the carbon plan. However, I would also note that it's not just the technology changing that is the advancement in technology. There's also the changes in tariff structure, which would, that's the big change that we saw recently, was the move from monofacial panels to bifacial panels. Part of that reason was because of changes in tariff requirements or tariffs, import tariffs. Thank you. So if those were to occur again, that is the potential. And there is also just technologies that may evolve over time that we're just not aware of today.
So Chair Mitchell, just very briefly, Mr. Snowden's questions are generally within the range of the topic that Commissioner Cbre raised. And so generally fair game, but I'd also observe that this is precisely addressed on pages 28 to 32 of the panel's rebuttal testimony. And so we'll have a robust opportunity at some time in the coming weeks to really focus on this if we want to defer this. But it's your discretion, and certainly based on the general parameters of how this has progressed. I don't want to cut Mr. Snowden off, but this is a topic that will be robustly discussed in rebuttal testimony.
All right, Mr. Snowden.
Yes, ma'am. Chair Mitchell, if I don't have an extensive line here, but if I may, I would rather than come back to this in a week or 2 weeks, since you asked these questions this afternoon, I'd really prefer to follow up on these now.
All right. Well, I'm going to allow you to continue, but just reminding everyone, we're on questions on commissioners' questions. Stick to that. I want to get this panel finished today. We've got 25 minutes to get that done.
Okay. I am endeavoring to be directly responsive to the question that you asked and to the
Go ahead. Go.
Thank you. Okay. So we'll move on from technology. Mr. Snyder, you also mentioned the possibility of declining capital costs for solar and storage technologies that we might be passing up on savings for if we were to over-procure in the near term. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder, without asking you to disclose confidential information, can you quantify Duke's expected decline in capital costs for solar between, say, 2026 and 2028? And the reason I'm asking about those numbers is that is the scope of the near-term procurement plan that we're talking about here. So could you quantify roughly the expected decline in capital costs that Duke uses between 2026 and 2028?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Kalimba.
So before we get there, the issue, it's not just 26 to 28. It's if you over procure and you cannot get the solar online by 28, it moves into 29 and 30 and potentially 31, 32. So you are concerned about the costs declines from all the way out to 30, 31, 32. I don't have those cost declines in front of me. I don't know if any of the other.
It's the NREL moderate curve, which has modest cost declines projected. But as I pointed out, those do not include things like the IRA that just came in or other policies. So there's other things. It's all in combination. But our projected cost declines are similar very similar to the NREL moderate curve, which has modest cost declines in real dollars.
Okay, Mr. Snyder, would you disagree that Duke's projected declines in costs between 2026 and 2028 are less than 5%?
Subject to what Mr. Columbus said, which is the whole point of this line of questions, I think, from Commissioner Cbre was around the risk of over procurement, which then moves the 26 through 28 into 29, 30, 31. And so, you know, you're buying your 2031 car in 22.
Well, Mr. Snyder, do the NREL moderate capital cost projections decline significantly, you know, between 2028 and 2030?
We just heard you had 5%. I don't think they reach maturity by 30, so I'll agree with you that it's probably a modest further decline. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I would agree with you, Mr. Snowden, that it's probably another modest decline from 28 through 31. So subject check, if 5 goes to 10, we could have that discussion at rebuttal.
So we're talking about maybe a 5 to 10% decrease in costs in projects that come online a couple of years later, assuming costs do not go up as CPSA has projected. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd point out, I think in rebuttal, we point out it's, you know, $5 billion investment in solar and solar plus storage. So, you know, $250 to $500 million of potential cost decline.
Well, let's be clear
I'd agree
about
with that.
That 5% should be applied not to the total volume of procurement, but to just the amount of procurement that comes online later, right? So if it's, you know, if you try to procure 1,000 megawatts and 250 comes on a few years later, it's that the savings on just that 250 megawatts you'd be concerned about, right?
Yeah, I gave you the 5 to 10% of what the total investment was. And it is, I would agree with you, Mr. Snowden, that it is the subject to only the amount that is over procured that would result in that risk.
Okay. But it's Duke's position that this risk is that there are some potentially foregone savings that could occur. Is that right?
Yeah, potential foregone technology and economic, both.
Okay, well, I want to talk for a minute about foregone savings. Do you recall CPSA's comments stating that Brattle's modeling yielded significant ratepayer savings?
Chair Snowden, remember, you've got to limit your questions to commissioners' questions.
Okay, Mr. Snyder is talking about foregone savings for ratepayers. I tell you what, I will hold off on that line of questioning.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Kalimba, you did mention trade policy a moment ago. Are you familiar with President Biden's emergency declaration suspending tariffs on solar panels?
Chair Mitchell, if the panel mentioned trade policy in response to questions from Mr. Snowden or someone else in the panel, I'm not sure that's responsive to a commission question.
It is before lunch. So, Mr. Brychford, I'm following up on Mr. Kalimba's response to, and it wasn't just a passing reference. He cited its trade policy specifically and tariffs specifically, and I'm following up on.
In response to which commissioner's question?
It was in response to the risks of the questions about the risks of over procurement that you had asked, I believe, and Commissioner Cbre may also have asked a similar question.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So, Mr. Kalimba, are you familiar with President Biden's emergency declaration temporarily suspending tariffs on certain categories of imported solar panels?
I'm generally familiar about the temporary suspension.
And are you aware that the duration of that emergency declaration and the suspension of tariffs was only 24 months?
I am aware.
Okay. And so presumably to the extent that solar is procured and panels are procured within that 24-month period, they are likely to be significantly cheaper than panels that are contracted or procured after that time, at least for the foreseeable future?
That's a potential, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to cut in some questions. I had a lot of follow-up questions. I'm trying to trim them down, okay? Mr. Snyder, there's another issue that you raised, or Mr. Kalimba may have raised it in response to Chair Mitchell's question, and that is you said that when you procure a larger amount from a defined procurement, the clearing cost is going to go up, right? The total cost will go up some. You remember saying that?
I do.
Okay. And that sounds like a very reasonable concern if you're assuming that every procurement starts with a clean slate. If I may ask, how many megawatts of bids, if you know, did the company receive for the 2022 RFP?
I believe it was around 5,000.
Okay, 5,000, thank you. And presumably, those projects that are not selected in this year's procurement, a lot of those will be back again next year. Do you agree with that?
I think that calls for speculation. They may, and we may have new projects.
Understood. Yeah, understood that there's no way to know exactly how many, but presumably if a solar developer has invested a fair amount of money in developing a project, they're not just going to give up if they are not selected in one RFP. Do you agree with that?
These projects trade hands all the time and new projects come to fruition all the time. So I can't say that I fully agree with that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Would you imagine that the pool of projects in the 2023 RFP is going to consist of a lot of projects that were not selected in the 2022 RFP?
Yes, some of the bidders that were unsuccessful bidders in 22 may come back in 23, and they may have access to new suppliers, new technologies that they didn't have in 22. So they may come back at a lower price.
Understood. But the lowest bidders from the 2022 RFP will be gone because they would have been selected, correct?
Unless they couldn't connect because we overprocured, but yes.
Well, the projects that were selected and were awarded contracts in the 2022 RFP will no longer be available to be selected. Is that right?
Unless the time from that they sign the PPA to when they actually come online extends such that the market changes and they can no longer meet the requirements and they take the out to not go forward.
So if they withdraw before signing a PPA, is that what you're saying?
Even after signing the PPA.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Kalemba. Are you aware that a project that is selected in the RFP and signs a PPA but does not achieve commercial operation will owe Duke substantial liquidated damages under that PPA?
I understand that they owe liquidated damages.
All right, Mr. Snowden, you've gone beyond now. You've gone beyond any question I asked. I think I only heard Commissioner Kimmerite ask one question. So
okay,
I'm going to give you find your questions.
Okay.
Tailor them to questions from commissioners.
okay, understood. I will pass on that line of questions then and move on to follow up on Commissioner Clodfelter's questions about onshore wind. So, Mr. Snyder, every portfolio in the plan includes 600 megawatts of onshore wind by 2030 and 1,200 megawatts by 2035. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And all of the plans rely on that capacity to achieve compliance with a 70% reduction by whatever year they achieve it in, right?
They are all included in the reductions.
Okay. And you testified that onshore wind development in the Carolinas faces significant hurdles, didn't you?
It has historically, I believe I said.
Okay. And you said there's a lot of uncertainty as to siting and transmission. Is that right?
I believe I said that, and I said 951 is a catalyst to see if we can overcome those.
Okay. So do those 600 megawatt and 1,200 megawatt figures represent Duke's most reasonable forecast of the amount of onshore wind that will actually be online by the end of 29?
As we snap the chalk line in November, yes.
That is what Duke actually expects to happen?
That was our best estimate. It was the available for the model to pick. At the time we did the modeling, that was our best estimate of what we should put in for the model to pick, understanding that there is a range that will adjust over time.
Okay. Because what I heard you say was there are a lot of hurdles here, but we should, and this is what you said, let's go out and do our very best to get it. Didn't you say that?
I think aggressively pursuing every one of the resources in the plan is all facing hurdles. Every one faces hurdles. You just spent 10 minutes with Mr. Kalemba on hurdles on solar. They all have hurdles. And yes, we should go try and procure all aspects of our near-term action plan.
Okay. Thank you. And in response to Commissioner Clodfelter's questions about the implications if the commission were to direct Duke to implement P1 plan, you talked about wind and SMR carbon reductions, and you said that by being an early adopter of those technologies, we're taking on a little more risk. Do you recall that?
I said, yeah, all technologies are going to, emergent technologies, including solar, is going to improve over time. And so you're balancing how much at each step in time of any given technology you put into your plan with the potential to gain further cost reductions over time.
Well, you said there was something called early adoption risk. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so, and as I understand it, when you are early adopting a technology that is not mature, there is the risk the cost will go down. Is that right?
Yeah, we've experienced that with all technologies, yes.
Okay, so it's fair to say that if instead of being the first adopters of new technology, it would be possible, or there is a substantial likelihood that we could save money for ratepayers by deploying these technologies a little bit later when they're more mature?
We build those cost declines into the model. The model takes that adopter risk into account. And I'm just saying that that's what the model is trying to do. That's what we're trying to do, is balance, much like I think I used the example of fuel hedging. You're buying some of these technologies, building these technologies, developing them across time. And that presents an all of the above approach that diversifies risk for ratepayers.
But with respect to technologies like SMR, it's your view that it's okay to take on some early adoption risk. Is that what I'm hearing?
Chair Mitchell, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if this is an objection, but if a commissioner, maybe I'm asking for clarification on the scope of questions on commission questions. It's been a while since we've had an in-person hearing of this size and magnitude, but it seems to me that questions on commission questions should be clarifying or refining questions commission asks. So if a commissioner asks a single question, we can't get more than a dozen questions down the line from myself or any other party in inquiring about the commission questions. These are questions that could have been raised in the initial examination of testimony. And we're getting very far afield, and and a number of these topics can be covered in rebuttal. So maybe just general guidance to
All right.
yourself and other.
Thank you, Mr. Breischwart. Without recognizing that we should have done this when we began the proceeding, we're going to talk for a minute about being efficient. And here we have I haven't calculated the number of minutes. I'm hoping somebody over here, one of you all has, and you can tell me how many more minutes we have left of examination. That doesn't count the time that we spend for commissioners to ask questions and for you all to ask questions on commissioners' questions. We've got to do a better job of being efficient in here with our questions, and that involves limiting the scope of we allow you all to ask questions on commissioners' questions because we find that it's helpful for our understanding and for the development of the record. We can put an end to that if we need to, if we're getting sort of beyond, if the inefficiency associated with that practice outweighs any benefit that we're gaining. So as we get farther into this week and the coming weeks, I'll keep that possibility in mind. If we need to go there, we can go there. Please, we're going to go off the record in about 2 minutes and recess for the day. But going forward, please, assuming that we continue to allow questions on commissioners' questions, just limit your questions to questions that commissioners have asked. Do your best to remember what they were and follow up on them as necessary, and then take advantage of an opportunity to engage in examination on rebuttal when necessary to get your questions answered from the witnesses. With that, we are in recess. We'll come back on the record tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.